Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Yes, I said it out of order. And welcome to Morning Brew. Yes, today is, what? Tuesday. Yes, the day I look forward to most every week. Pain management and wound care. Yay. So, let's see here. Yeah. Somehow I think I've twisted my shoulder or pulled a muscle or something, but so I'll have to talk to them about that as well. See what can be done, if anything. But so let's see here. Oh, by the way, Dave, check your Discord. If you are interested in joining, you are more than welcome. I sent you an invite there. I've added a few new people to the Twitter group. People who are on the group are welcome to join. If you're interested in coming on, please feel free to message me on either Discord or Twitter. Understand that I'm trying to maintain a more I don't know. I don't want to say professional, but you know, just a better atmosphere. So I'd prefer people not, taking things a little more seriously. Still having fun. Don't get me wrong. I still want to have fun and laugh. But I want this to be seen as more of a serious channel discussion rather than just shit talk. That's it. And let me get started with the chat this morning. All right. And hey, V-Star, what's going on? Good morning, Dave G. Sound. Good morning, Captain Cockney Mirror Spock. I'm going to need to find a way to add you into somewhere. So you can be invited on. Let's see here. And people saying good morning to each other. V-Star, got coffee? No. I need to get coffee. Of course, people saying hi to each other. Good morning, Eric Sonder. And dagnabbit, another rainy day. And Captain Cockney Mirror Spock, if you are on either Discord or Twitter, message me. Twitter is the easiest one to message me if you don't already have me on Discord. That might be a little more difficult. I could put my Discord information in. I just need to know if you're on Discord or Twitter. And if necessary, Facebook. I can figure out a way. Eric Sutter, just starting coffee. V-Star. Okay. And of course, okay, let me grab a cup of coffee. That's good. Good morning, brightest day. How are you today? And greetings. V-Star says, I didn't get a text on Twitter. Well, I'll go ahead and send you a message on Twitter today. I don't know if I have that one yet. Let me find it real quick. Look for it. Okay, there it is. And I'm going to send that. And then I'm going to go to where to go. Even though he's a part of the group, I'm going to go ahead and send Bird his personal invite as well. There we go. Got that taken care of. And you're more Twitter captain. Okay, go ahead and send me a Twitter message. It's Captain Truck. In fact, I'll give you the. I'll even put the Twitter handle in the chat. That way it's even easier. And here is the Twitter handle. And let's see here. Good morning, kenjackben. Greetings from California. Pumpkins for everyone. Awesome. And good morning, son of a red shirt. How are you today? Well, today is the day I get to have pain. Yay. But then I get told that it is looking better, so that's a good thing. So I went ahead and put my Twitter handle, and it looks like I'm caught up. And let's see here. I will check Twitter real quick to make sure I'm going to keep talking, but I do hope everyone is having a good day. Like I said, it's going to take some getting used to changes in the way things are done, but I don't think it'll be a bad thing. Just a little different. A little different. And let's see here. Let me do that one. No. And that one. Awesome. Looking forward to the. By the way, I don't know if any of you know about Wes Moody. He does trucking on Tuesday nights. I'm trying to remember right now what time. It should be, I think, about 9 p.m. Central. So it's usually a little late for Bird, but that's when it usually is. They'll show different Star Trek episodes or the fan-made episodes that are out there. And so hopefully everyone's doing well. And good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Captain Trek.
How are you doing today?
Oh, a little tired after work last night. Otherwise, also in pain. Probably not the pain that you're in, but for me it's sciatica. Really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad. Like to the point where this morning to get up for work, it actually took me about 2 minutes to get out of bed. Just to get my leg over the bed, and just because it hurt so much. But I pushed through, went to work.
Wow. That's
yeah, it sucks. I mean, I could have. I didn't have to go to work, but I figured I could do it. I've told them if I don't feel like I can come in, I won't. You'll know if I can make it, because they even said, one of the guys was like, "Man, are you all right today? Something looks wrong with you." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, can you work?" And I was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't be here otherwise." So, they let me take it a little bit easy for what it is. But there's another day with 2 people not showing up.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I push through, even if I feel like I could just, not go in and rest, feel better. I'm like, man, I don't have any idea who else isn't going to be in. And, just stuff has to get done, because otherwise it's going to be waiting until next time.
Yeah. Well, you have something that seems to be lacking nowadays, and that's called work ethic.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we talked about that when I picked up this nighttime shift. It's just like, hey, I found some work that's nearby, and like I said, I just to pick up some extra money. If I want to buy games or pizzas or something that's not in the regular family budget, it's my own little niche. Of course, I share it and pay bills with it too, but it's enough to have some fun spending money and stuff and get the bills paid. So why not? But I mean, as far as work ethic goes, we've talked a lot about that, about people just not wanting to work. I see hiring things everywhere. And yeah, they might not be hiring an executive vice president for a company, but you can find work. It might not pay you $100,000 a year. It might not pay you $20 an hour, but there's work if you're willing to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it. What's become even more common that I've seen is there's not only are they having signs that they're hiring, they'll even pay next day.
Yeah. I've seen it to where they'll
come
pay
in today.
you.
Yeah, go ahead.
They'll pay you to apply.
Yeah,
I've seen them where they say we'll give you a bonus just to apply. We might not even hire you. Now that's bullshit if they're paying you to apply. They're pretty desperate. But yeah, it's like, and then honestly, these people, you could go in and apply for the job and take $25 and just not show up and have $25 for filling out a form. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's that easy and they just slap $25 in your hand or something, but I would assume that they don't, and they would add it to your check or something if they hire you or when they hire you. But it's amazing that it's gotten to the point where you have to bribe people to earn money. I mean, don't get me wrong. Work is not fun. Nobody loves going to work. That's why it's called work and not joy. But it's like you said, it's just an ethic. You just do it. You put in the time to have the free time and the money to buy the food and go on trips if that's your thing, or play games or whatever. But you got to work. You can't just rely on it. What do you think about them cutting off when they said that they were cutting off those benefits? Whatever happened to all that workforce?
Good question.
So a whole article. I can't remember. I think it was on YouTube or public television, one of the two, and it was about why people aren't going back to work. And one of the points made a lot of sense. Was a lot of people who were out of work said, "What am I doing with my life? Why would I go back to that hellhole?" And it gave them some time to think about it. And then the other folks, I don't know, man. I mean, it's one thing if you're changing your life and you made a epiphany about your life and saying, I'm not going to go back to that crappy retail store or whatnot. But it's quite another just to say, it's nice not to work. I don't think I'll do it anymore. The government will pay for it. Actually, that's not true. I'm paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying for it when I break my back at work. And so is everybody else who's going to work.
Yeah.
But, well, enough about me, Cap. How about yourself? How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm still waiting to hear back from that surgeon.
Yeah.
Yay.
Does he think that he can help?
Well,
I guess he hasn't called you back yet, so you don't know.
He's I think delaying it. I don't know why, but it's just like because it's not going to be an easy surgery. I'll just put it that way. I'm sure that he'd rather be doing surgeries that are cut, sliced, done.
I don't know. When I had surgery once, I had a very bad cut on my hand, and I had to have nerve surgery. And I asked, I really needed it because I couldn't feel my thumb at all. Like as soon as it got cut, I had no feeling, and I was like, "Oh, this is not good for a bass player."
No.
And I asked the doctor. I was like, "Look, I mean, it's surgery. I've never really been knocked out under the knife or anything. Is it, could I live without it?" And he's like, "I don't know. You can. It's not required. You won't lose your thumb or anything." And I was like, "Well, is it a weird surgery? I mean, it's nerve surgery. Is this hard? Do you mind doing the surgery?" He's like, "I'm a surgeon. I love doing surgery." That's what he said. So I can only assume that I see what you're saying, that it's easier to say chop, slice, another success, chop, slice, another success.
Yeah.
But to do something a little bit more complex, one might be challenging for him, which would make it a little more interesting. And two, the success would be like, yeah, I told you I could do it. Pat me on the back. I'm the surgeon. So I don't know, man. I don't think that I would be astonished if he was delaying. Now it could be because of the thing as well. I don't know about how the hospitals are. The thing going on.
Yeah.
So maybe that has something to do with the delay. But
And
neither
that
here
is,
nor there.
I'm sure that is one of the reasons. Oh.
Did he give you any kind of timeline?
Well, unfortunately, I've not gotten to talk to him.
Oh.
I've talked to the office, who has said that they'll be calling back with an appointment, and they did before, but it was like, there's no way in hell I can do that time.
Mm.
They were wanting to do a 4 p.m. Appointment, and it's like, there are kids here. There's, I can't drive myself up that far. That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll drive around town. That's no problem. But, I don't feel comfortable driving over an hour each way, particularly with my, with what's going on with my wound. I don't know if I'm going to be able to up to driving that far.
Yeah. Wow, man, that's tough. There's nobody that can take you?
That's the problem. At 4 p.m., no.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, I have to leave at 3 p.m. The kids get here at 3:30. No.
Damn.
So it's either, have an appointment between 10 and 2, or I know I've got limited times available. Well, heck, even 9 would work if we could get things worked out. But in the afternoon, that's really difficult.
Damn. There's got to be some solution for that. An hour away, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of solution that would be, because I don't know. You're in Kansas, huh?
Missouri,
Kansas
but
City?
Yeah.
And where do you have to go?
Well, see, I'm a little south of Kansas City, Missouri, and it takes about an hour to get there. It's just a little bit of a pain. But yeah.
I mean, are you going to where are you going to KU, or where's the doctor?
Actually, the doctor is in where's it called? Basically, it's on Hospital Hill in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay.
So,
that's next to that canal, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with the area.
But yeah,
I'm trying to think if there's anybody I know who could help you out, but that's all my wife's family, and I don't really know them. I could ask her. Couldn't hurt.
It can't hurt, no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know them that well or what they're up to or anything, but I'll ask her and see if But when do you need to do that?
I need to figure out a time to get into. In fact, I'll be calling him tomorrow.
Okay.
Not today.
Well, I'll ask her. I'll ask
today is
her when she comes home, and see if she can reach out to a couple of her friends out there and maybe some family members, and see if they're available or willing to see if they could give you a hand. Because I don't know any other solution other than pay out the wazoo for an Uber or something.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That would be.
I mean, that'd be like. It sounds to me like you're about as far away from the plaza as to the airport.
Basically.
Okay, that's a ways. Oh, hi, chat. Sorry, I just glanced up. I totally ignored everything. I see what happens now. Start chatting and look away from the screen.
Yeah, all you have to do is it doesn't take long, and all of a sudden there's.
I'll let you do the honors, Cap.
And yes, kenjackben, you're more than welcome to post it every day. You're more than welcome to post it every day. We want to try to get you, make sure you're not in a tent in the cold.
What? To stay? Oh wow, a tent? No fucking way. Pardon my language.
It's understandable.
No. Yeah. Wow. No, that just took me kind of by surprise. I didn't know about that, kenjackben.
And good morning, Jedi Bill.
Hi, Jedi Bill.
And there is absolutely no need to thank me, but yeah, the best way you could support him is by clicking on the link and sending it out to people you know. If you can't afford to give money, you can afford to let people know that he needs help. And there's every possibility that somebody you know is willing or able to assist. And, all they need to do is know it's out there. This is there have been a few people who I think abused the fundraising, but this is not one of them. And I am, I just want to make sure he doesn't go on the street.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, in a tent is the next, he might as well be on the street, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, a tent's not gonna. No, that's not a solution.
No. A little bit of fabric's not going to keep the cold out. It's just not going to happen. So, how are things otherwise, other than work, pain, everything?
Let's see. I have, I've been building up that art space in the basement. I've paused on that, and I've rebuilt my studio on the first floor. And because I've been working with that, I mentioned that. Remember, a couple of months ago, you might not remember, I mentioned something about that friend who calls when you know that they always want something because they're calling you. You know, that one person that calls you and you go, what do you need? And you pick it up and they're like, hey, let me, I just wanted to pick your brain for a sec. Are you free on? And it's like, oh God, no, I'm not free. Yeah, I just wanted you to check out the circuit on my guitar amp. It's like, all right, I'll do it. I told him I don't do this stuff anymore, and then he slaps $200 in my hand, and I'm like, I guess I do. Yeah. So anyway, so I've been working with him, so I guess I'm kind of guitar teching for him. But I've got my I've rebuilt my studio. I still have a lot of my old gear, which is just fine. It's not bad gear. It's just stuff I've had packed away. And then wife's she's insisting I get a computer to make it complete, because she's like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I'm like, well, I don't have a computer to do it on. Because when she moved in, and after she moved in, when we got married, of course, the studio came down, because at that time I was not earning income on it, and we needed a guest bedroom for no apparent reason. So I've been writing her about that for about 10 years now. And finally, I just said, you know what? I'm just going to take that extra space in that messy room. I'm going to clean it up. And I'm going to make a studio out of it. And it's turned out quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
But so the skinny of it is in a couple of months, I will have a good computer and be able to not be chatting on my phone, which runs out of steam real fast. So that will be fun.
Yes, that will. Well, not only will it be fun, it would be helpful.
Well, absolutely, yeah, because I can do the editing stuff that I've wanted to do. You know, I already have the software. I know how to run it all. I just don't have a device. I know it's a weird position for me to be in. Everybody says the same thing. It's never heard of an audio engineer who doesn't have a computer. Why don't you have a computer? I'm like, I just haven't needed one. I chat with you guys on the phone. I have a tablet. I just haven't applied myself to my talent in a long time. So I'm going to change that. I think next year is going to be the year where I was talking about new beginnings. I guess I'm kind of doing that too. Saying awesome. It's time to hunker down and do it again. It's the only thing I've really been massively successful at, and I was like, I might as well do it again. You know, not to necessarily earn or be successful, but because I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get into doing some video shorts and things like that. Put up a game review or two on YouTube, that kind of thing. Should be interesting.
You know,
that's about it. And then the art studio, since I said I put that kind of on hold for a bit, waiting until spring to get some of those power tools that I want. And then I can build crafts too, and then I can make a video about the craft that I built.
That's true.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's all. That's about all that's going on. Nothing else. Rachel still got her job, doing fine. She's happy. Tells me funny stories about very bad decisions people make when they're building houses and have too much money.
Oh, yeah, of course. And
you've never seen a $10,000 sink faucet, man. I have. 10,000. You got to be kidding me.
I thought it was bad at 5,000. 10,000, yeah, that's even worse.
Oh, that must have been the set.
Oh my God. So yes, anybody who can, you know, if you go on different channels, you know, I don't want to sound like an e-beggar or something like that, but pass the word around, let people know what's going on with kenjackben. The more people know, the better. the sooner we can get this taken care of. And good morning, the Catman Dee Dee Myers. How are you this morning?
Dee.
And Kapla Bird, you are in the group. You also got a personal message. If you are able to join, you're more than welcome.
Kapla, bird of prey.
You know, you were talking about editing. My issue is not knowing what to say. So,
oh sure, yeah.
Writing a script would be.
Yeah, that's why. Well, you're doing it live, Cap. I mean, that's the thing is I find it more interesting to listen to a live show than either a previous live show, you know, like that you just missed the whole, unless somebody says you have to listen to this conversation or something. But you know, like listening to somebody's recorded thoughts is one thing. It's so much more interesting to hear a dialogue.
True.
Usually.
Well, I mean, I've been surprised at the number of people who will really watch a live stream. You know, they'll either miss it or they've got other stuff going on, and they'll watch it later. And, you know, like yesterday's, I got like 4 watch hours out of people watching it. And that may not sound like a lot, but that's, you know, it adds up every day.
Wow.
So
what does that mean? Watch hours? Does that mean each person, or I don't understand?
Means that okay. You need people watching for, let's say, an hour. Okay, you need 4,000 people watching for an hour.
Okay.
In order to get the watch hours. Okay. Now it adds up. It doesn't have to, they don't necessarily have to be watching for an hour. It could be 8,000 people watching for, you know, half hour, whatever. I generally get between 1.4 and 1.8 watch hours a month. This is after the live stream's over. So it adds up. You know, that's so yeah, I get enough people that are watching afterwards to sustain me for, you know, it would take 3 months and I've got my 4,000 watch hours.
Wow. It seems I have a lot to learn about all the YouTube stuff, huh?
It's easy. I mean, it really is easy to pick up. You know, all you'd have to do would be basically start your channel. You'd have at least half the number of people subscribed that I do immediately.
Well, I wouldn't even start a channel before I had some kind of, like I said, I wouldn't even do anything other than I would do a couple of pre-canned like reviews and things, maybe play a song or something. You know, some boring stuff just to put something up there. I don't see the Dave show anytime in the future, man. I like talking with you guys. Yeah. But who knows?
But no, go ahead.
Oh no, I just said who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'll get bit by the bug or something. But I like participating, not running. You know, running it. That's why I'd much rather have, like I said, I'd much rather have a dialogue than just have something about me. It wouldn't be about me. It would be about what I'm doing, and you know, it would be about the thing that I'm doing, not me doing it. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Hi, Darius. I see you there.
And good morning, Darth Haster. Did I slap what in the description? and Darius, who I had an absolutely fun time talking to on his live stream last night until I was getting to the point. It's like, okay, I'm tired. I need to get sleep. Time for me to go to bed, or else I would have fallen asleep on the stream. Because I had to take my supplemental pain medicine last night,
yeah.
and that usually knocks me out within a half hour. So it's like, okay, took it. 10 minutes later, it's like, oh, okay, it's not going to take a half hour tonight. I gotta get going.
Wow. Yeah. Fighting. I hate that feeling. I really do. When you're just so exhausted, you're falling asleep. You could shut your eyes and go to sleep, but you can't because you have something you got to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so frustrating. And then you can't even think. You're like, all I have to do is finish this one last page of whatever, and you're just looking at the page, and there's not a thought running through your head. Not a thing. Not I'm tired. Not I'm hungry. Nothing. I hate that.
Yeah.
That's when it's time. That's what I tell my wife that sometimes she'll be like exhausted and like, no, I'm gonna stay up. I'm gonna cook this meal. I've been thinking about this. She loves cooking, which is great for me because I don't like it. And I'm like, you are too tired to even know what ingredients you're well, first of all, you don't even know what you're making. Second of all, you don't know what ingredients you need. Third, just go to sleep. Wake up in an hour, and then you can cook and you'll be all rested. It never works. She always goes, I know it. She goes to sleep and is out for the night. That's fine. Poor girl's tired. And that's fine because I have leftovers of whatever masterpiece that she's cooked before. And by masterpiece, I don't mean haute cuisine. I mean like awesome beef stew, not from a can.
Oh God, yes.
Like good food. Oh, ironically, that's funny. Oh, V Star, the Dave show. Yeah, I've already picked out the name for my show, and I've already claimed it, just in case. And it has to do with my wife a little bit because bless her, she'd come, but all day she'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this. Don't be full, because I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this food. Oh, I've been talking about it all week. I'm gonna make it today." She come, I haven't eaten. I'm waiting. I'm like, all right, we're gonna make this awesome thing. Comes home, she's whooped, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then she gets a phone call and blathers on the phone for an hour, and it's like drinking some wine, and then he's like, oh, I'm feeling tired. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't eat all day, so I even have a song for it. So the channel will be called Dinnerless Dave, and which is kind of a joke because she almost always makes awesome dinner, but when she doesn't, I go, oh, just call me Dinnerless Dave. Poor Dave without the dinner. And so I thought I'd start off with showing off some cooking and food. Kapla bird.
It's Muto Prey 5, of course. Maybe he doesn't know he's on. Bird.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Prey 5. Kapla. Sorry, my software bugged out again.
I figured as much.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Dave G.
Good morning,
and good
Bird.
morning to the chat. Do you hear that? Can you hear it? Can you hear that in the background?
No.
You're right. Neither can I. Sis O'Prey and nephew O'Prey headed home today. Very thankful for what we helped them with. She's gonna get extra help. Obviously, she still can't be doing the stuff she normally does. But
Right.
at this point, she's comfortable enough to go to her own house and get the help there rather than staying here and having the help here. She's at the point that she can do most things she needs to do. So thank God for her. Thank you guys all for the well wishes and the prayers. Of course, she left me and Mom O'Prey with Charlie's cold. We're still getting through it. But we should be okay. Charlie, thankfully, he was also starting to feel better today, just as he was leaving. So, yeah, I miss him. I will miss him, but I will not miss the chaos, the volume, the loudness, the constant 24/7 Coco Melon and Dave and Ava playing on all devices in the house. Charlie running around, literally pressing buttons on anything he can find, chasing Sassy. And he says, Sassy, Sassy. Every time he sees Sassy. Smacking into my bed like, I don't know if he's like training to box or what, but he gets behind my bed and it just starts shaking. Like, what the hell is he doing? There's wheels, right? A little metal bar he plays with. Right. Yeah, he just plays with this bar on the back. Anyway, moves the whole bed. The 950-pound bed plus my 250 pounds in the bed. He's a strong little bugger.
Yep.
He moves that bird?
Not inches, but enough that I can feel he's back there.
Oh.
Just enough.
Yeah.
Just to shake it, really. If the brakes were off, I have no doubt he could move the bed. He has that. I mean, it's not that the bed's hard to roll, but I'm sure he could roll it. I don't know what he'd roll me into, but he'd roll me somewhere. Probably into the television. Yeah.
And let's see here. Darth Haster, I have done as you suggested and added it to the description as well. And I did hear somebody else backstage, and that is Darth Haster.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello,
doing
Darth
good. How are
Haster.
you?
Hey, dude, bird of prey, come on, bird. How you doing today?
Well, hopefully it'll be a good day. Also, last night we'll see how my CPAP worked.
Me?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. How do you do?
Not sure what we're hearing in the background there, Darth Haster.
I don't know. Something's going on in the background.
There we go. So, You're enjoying the peace and quiet there, Bert, huh?
Yeah, Cap. I'll be right back. Sorry.
No problem.
Wouldn't it be nice? Sorry, I gave it my best Beach Boys. That's all I had.
Don't worry at all. It's kind of nice to. Oh, and you're welcome, kenjackben. That's what we're here for.
Oh my gosh!
Support the community. Wow.
I'm talking about some
I
animal
guess somebody's
dogs.
walking by with a dog.
My dog barks at people walking by. It's ridiculous. I'm like, they're just on the sidewalk. Chill out.
Yeah, she freaks out anytime somebody walks by on the sidewalk. Not usually with a dog. It's usually people too.
Mm-hmm.
Does not like interlopers.
Yeah, usually with my dog, it's just he just like like thing.
Halloween was hilarious because nobody ever comes over.
Yeah, Halloween was
our dog hates
nuts.
interlopers. Just that doorbell and just a constant dog barking. I should have actually recorded it and put a pitch shifter on it and lowered the dog's voice and put reverb on it. Would have been scary.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, make it lower, put some reverb on it. Sound like a demon dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Make the dog sound like it's got like 3 heads or something. You got Cerberus guarding your door.
Oh yeah, well I could put a harmonist on it and have it have 3 separate tones. Yeah, I could do that.
Ooh.
And I could actually make it so they were not in key with each other, so it would sound really menacing.
That would be.
I'm back. Sorry,
I'm getting chills just hearing you describe how you do it.
Well, I'm glad you're back, Bert. Everything okay? Did you take
No, I was looking at my CPAP machine. I had high hopes that last night it was going to be working well because I actually slept without the supplemental oxygen, and I thought that had added quite a leak to the system. And no, it was the worst it's ever been. So
That's weird.
I mean, we know the machine is not working right. The new machine's been on order. I've got to call them this week and see today, I guess, and make sure it's still about ready to come. It could be any day. So eventually I'll have a new machine hopefully within 2 weeks, maybe sooner. But this other one was working better than it had been until like 2-3 days ago. My theory then was to change the mask. That didn't work. My theory was then to take off the oxygen. That didn't work. And now I'm like really at my wit's end as to what it could possibly be, unless it's literally just a broken thing inside that I can't fix. But I refuse. That's hard for an engineer to come to grips with. That something I can do is got to be able to fix this. I hate giving up on such things.
Oh, I found something interesting in my my Lovecraftian research. If you guys are interested.
Lovecraft, you say?
Yeah, Lovecraft, Captain Spock. How you doing?
Greetings.
Yeah, I've been cross-referencing the Dunwich Horror with the Jersey Devil. And the Jersey Devil predates the stories and legends go back further than the Dunwich Horror. So I'm thinking maybe Lovecraft actually heard about the Jersey Devil and started writing. That would make a lot of sense because a lot of that stuff coincides with like legends of the Jersey Devil.
You know, the Jersey Devil was actually spotted in what's that? Not valedictorian, Victorian, colonial times in Brooklyn, in southern Brooklyn. Where I lived initially was called Canarsie after the Canarsie Indians and Native Americans, and they had spottings of what today we would call the Jersey Devil, but at the time it was called the Canarsie Kangaroo.
I have heard of the Canarsie Kangaroo, but I didn't know it coincided with the Jersey Devil.
Yeah, they're very similar. I mean, the devil's got wings, where the Canarsie Kangaroo is just as they have powerful legs to jump. It didn't actually fly; it just jumped. But you know, when you see this 6 or 8 foot monster coming at you from the woods, you know, who's to say if it's got wings or powerful legs?
Like, who cares at that point? Weird. It's big, it's menacing, and it's nothing like anything you've ever seen before.
Yeah. And it's carrying its young in a pouch in its belly. So.
And good morning, Yvette. How are you today?
Hello, Yvette.
Good morning.
I'm trying to remember. Is it Wednesday or Thursday that you'll be able to join? Because I'll make sure to send you the link that day.
Yeah, I just thought that was kind of interesting that most of
Wednesday, good. Then tomorrow.
I just thought kind of interesting the way they kind of coincide too.
Oh, it absolutely is interesting. Would love to hear more. What is that in your background? Is it TV on or something?
Oh, bees watch. Butterflies is watching something. I don't know what she's
okay. And
election day here in New York City. Voted for mayor.
Yes.
We had a choice between Eric Adams and Curtis Lewa. I don't know if people know who Curtis Lewa is outside New York City. He's been a
Guardian Angels.
Yes, he's a fixture of the city for 50 years, 40 years. He started the group, the Guardian Angels, who were basically a gang to fight crime. What'd you say? He wasn't white? What are you talking about? He isn't white.
Curtis Bill is Hispanic.
I didn't mention race at all.
But you said white.
I never said anything about his race.
Who the hell said anything about his race?
For whatever reason, it's important to know Curtis Lewa is Hispanic.
What did you say about the Guardian Angels?
They were a gang to fight crime. He started basically a gang to fight crime.
Somewhere in that sentence, I thought word was a white something.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, go put on your pillowcase, Mama Pray.
oh, my tie.
Bird.
Mama pray.
Sorry, guys.
I think Mama Pray needs more sleep.
More sleep and more coffee.
Yes.
One of the two.
Or both.
Oh.
Just an IV hookup for coffee and she can lay down, take a nap while it kicks in.
Just stick it straight.
Well, we wasn't going to bring race into this. Curtis Lewa is Hispanic, though he looks white. And Eric Adams is African American. Not that either of it matters. Eric Adams was a former police officer who is now running as a Democrat on the defund the police banner. Although
that's
he says we're not
wonderful.
going to really defund them all. He just wants to really change the system because I think he left the police because he was disgusted by what they were actually doing.
Yeah.
In his words. So, although he's a former police officer, he is not the choice of most of the police officers. Whereas Curtis Lewa is very pro-cop.
You said he also left the police, 20 years ago or something?
Quite a while, Eric Adams.
I imagine that policing was different then.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
No.
But I also don't think it was as different as
probably the corruption probably wasn't.
So yeah, those were the choices for mayor. And then, like any good New York City election, all the other so-called choices were not. There's literally no Republican or conservative or anyone else running for the vast majority of judges and to point 6 judges to the bench and civil court judges, and they're either just Democrats running or the same name for both Democrats and Republicans. They get both nominations. So there's literally like no choice. So 3/4 of the ballot is a complete waste of space because there's nobody else to choose against. Like this is democracy in New York City. You just fill in the circle or fill in a write-in vote, which will probably delay your entire ballot. So
yeah.
And then we had 3 changes to the Constitution. I voted no to all of them, the New York State Constitution. Most of them had to do with making it easier to vote, taking away a 10-day waiting period so you could register to vote on the same day. So you could do no reason absentee balloting. So you didn't have to have any reason to vote absentee. You could just do it. And I don't know, some other. I was like, yeah, no. These are all just ways to make voting even less reliable.
That just seems a little odd. Never heard of anything like that before. Taking away the absentee ballots and.
Well, not taking away. Actually, they wanted to increase so that anybody could request an absentee ballot for any reason. I mean, right now anybody can request an absentee ballot. You just have to affirm that you can't be there at the polls because you'll be either traveling or you're too sick to go, you're disabled, or you're taking care of somebody else who's disabled.
Or you got
So I mean, you just have to have some reason. You can't just say I'm too lazy to go to the polls and I want to vote by mail. And that's basically what they want. Now, if we did only voting by mail, then that would be fine too, but that's not the option. The option is either both or none. So then fuck that. I don't like the
seems
fact
like
that
there's
it's
almost
both.
no point, Bird, to having an election day anymore at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Also,
there
we've
could
been
just be
doing early
election week.
voting.
Yeah.
It is. It honestly is, because we've been doing early voting for, I think, 9 or 10 days, which is another thing I would get rid of if I could. There's no point in voting. You either have to have one day to vote, or just make it all by mail. This way, I don't know, but you can't flood the place on election day.
But I
with
mean,
people
how
who
is it
might have
that your
already voted.
taxes have to be in by the 15th, right? You can turn them in any time before then, but they have to be in by the deadline. Why can't they just run an election that way and say, okay, it starts this Saturday, it's over next Saturday, you got a week. Now, are they worried that maybe that will give too many advantages to people cheating or something? Because it seems like that goes on anyway.
Well, I mean,
So-
if they're going to be by mail, that's one thing. If they're going to be in person, understand most of the
right. Well,
places that they do in-person voting are schools and stuff that you can't close a school for a week.
yeah, but they've been doing in-person early voting here. So you still go somewhere, but they're open.
But the early voting is a lot less places.
Yeah, that's true.
Than the election day.
That's
places.
true.
You actually have a different location.
Yep.
Like you can't do early voting at a school.
Yeah, ours is at a community center. But I didn't vote early. I'm gonna go today. Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the conversation with New York City election. I thought it'd be more
moving on.
No, anyway, Curtis Lewa, he's a character. If anybody ever sees him, he's always wearing a red
beret.
A red beret, yes, his red beret, his signature red beret. And I don't know. He's running as a Republican, which gives him like a 2% chance of winning the election, but who knows? We've seen 2% chances win before. I don't think he's got a shot in hell, but
well, who the guardian angel?
Yeah, the guardian angel. Even as Republicans go, he's not very Republican at all. He's 100% pro drug. More libertarian.
The guardian angel?
Like huh. Yeah, he is. He's all for the legal use of recreational marijuana. And
well, what's wrong with that? anyone that's against legal use of recreational marijuana is a fascist and should hand over their cigarettes and their coffee and their alcohol fucking immediately and your pills. Let's shake you down there. What you got on you, bro? Are you fucking serious? That's not even a debate anymore, you Nazi.
And
that debate is over. And I'm sick and tired of people like Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States of America, and Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, toking up in private illegally, boasting about it on radio and TV. Hey, I'm Jacinda Ardern. I'm the Prime Minister of New Zealand. I like to smoke the reefer. Hi, I'm Kamala Harris. I'm the Vice President of the United States of America. I like to smoke the reefer illegally. But if I catch you doing it, I'm going to fucking arrest you and put you in prison and ruin your fucking life. I don't think so.
And Yvette, you have a good nap. And Alexa, who's the best Doctor Who? Sorry about that. I was talking away. I forgot my mic was muted. Great, wonderful. All of a sudden, Bird said something. I didn't mean to kill the conversation. I'd been talking, and all of a sudden it's like, shit.
I think.
I know, right?
Oh, you're welcome, Yvette. You're welcome. But no, now that I'm unmuted again,
does tend to help.
That does tend to help. You know, sometimes, unfortunately, sometimes it's necessary to mute. And
what are we going to do with you, Captain?
I don't know. Probably slap me or something.
I'm muting when I'm not talking, so
no problem. Understand that, Darth Haster. But and now everyone goes quiet.
No,
which is unusual.
I was pouring coffee.
Actually, I'd gotten some coffee too. That was why I went and muted. I know normally I play the clip, but the conversation was going on, so I thought, I don't want to interrupt it for that.
Well, I was looking for the music of the morning, get that popping. How about some old school Metallica? I feel like an old school Metallica kind of morning.
Hey, whatever works. So, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was coughing. Sorry.
So, I wonder if there's an election here now. Now you got me thinking about it. I'm going to have to actually go in and vote if there is. Ugh.
Hey, speaking of elections, Captain, are you having that? Are you voting for Pickles to come on today?
Are we voting for that? No.
Oh,
no.
Vote now. Vote Pickles. Come on, P in the chat, everyone. P for Pickles. Use your democratic right to vote Pickles now.
Huh. My wife just sent a message saying that schools are closed today for the election.
Really?
Huh. That's odd, because they usually aren't.
No. Here
So,
they
all
never
right.
are.
No, they're not here either. So I maybe it's because it's like one of these two big races everybody's covering. So that's interesting. Doesn't affect me at all.
But so no, anyhow, it's just been kind of a nice morning. By the way, Bert, have you already done your whatever test, blood pressure and all that?
Not yet. Usually wait another hour or so.
Oh, okay.
I did my sugar. It was good.
Well, that's good to hear. Let's see here, kenjackben. How do you fix the character of Wesley Crusher? Phaser. Set to kill.
Oh my god. That's messed up.
Sorry, it's the only way I can think of to fix the character of Wesley Crusher. Just eliminate him completely.
I was watching the other day when it was the first time when he stood up for himself when they were like, well, the boy did this. Well, let's ask him what he's asked when he talked to the boy. And he's like, my name is Wesley, Commander Riker. And they're like, we know what your name is. The boy. Let the boy do it. Where's the boy? Why is the boy on the bridge? Oh, God. Even as a little kid, I was like, man, nobody's ever just called me boy like that.
Boy.
Nope.
Get back here.
Get over here, boy.
Go over here, boy, right now. Right here, right now.
Go and cut yourself a switch, boy.
Get out there and feed them chickens, boy.
The boy.
But I told you what. Like,
Slow down, Darth.
And the only other time I remember hearing that was like it was in the movie Excalibur. It was when he was about to pull out the sword, and they're all going, "Let the boy try! Let the boy try! The boy!" And it's like, yeah, they're calling him the boy. Next thing you know, he's King Arthur. Just shunk. Neil. Great movie, by the way.
the boy showed you all. Mm.
What awful thing did I hear they were remaking? It wasn't that. Oh, I think I already mentioned. I think they were remaking Home Alone.
Oh Lord.
No. Not Home Alone. Home Alone's fine.
Yeah, I know. So they're remaking it. Great movie. Made a lot of money. Let's remake it. They should get J.J. Abrams to do it.
Sure, why not?
It's even better. Make it self-aware. Like, let's look. There.
Something else was being remade too, and I again I was like, why? It's almost too easy. Forgot what it was though. How much it mattered.
kenjackben said, "I didn't say kill him. I said fix him." Well, that's the way. That's my way of fixing him.
Hey, what's geography?
And kenjackben says J.J. Abrams will turn Home Alone into Last Home on the Left.
Be an improvement.
Or last house on the left, right? Yeah.
Either that, or he's gonna tie it in with the people on Twitter. Did you hear about that theory?
No, but having a little trouble understanding everything you're saying, though.
No, they got this theory where Home Alone is a young John Kramer from AKA Jigsaw.
Who has that theory? Because I don't think the writers have that theory.
Twitter, and I've seen some theories like that on Reddit, and
I mean, I don't think that's official.
No, oh no,
no,
I suppose
no.
you could imagine it. I could imagine the Starship Enterprise in the Star Wars universe. By the way, it would win, but it didn't happen. It's a theory, my theory.
I have a lot of crackling noise in the universe. At least I'm the loudest something. But I'm not reading yet. That's good.
Well, that's true. Definitely don't want the ring yet. Oh. So, Captain Cockney Spock, you're now muted. Why,
Speaking.
What's been going on with you, sir?
What's been going on with, say again, over?
You. Yourself.
Napoleonic wargaming at the moment. I'm just trying to recreate Waterloo over here.
Well, that sounds cool.
It's going to be a lot of very fiddly painting. But yeah, I've just posted a video with an update with the latest Napoleonic troops as they plow on through Belgium in the rain.
They'll be fine. Just give them a couple of ribbons. They're happy.
Yeah, a couple of ribbons. I'll keep them going.
Were they Waterloo or waterlogged?
I think they're getting waterlogged on the way to Waterloo. Quite right.
And yes, it's a crackle, snap, wheeze.
Sounds like
Then,
me
yeah,
and
beyond
I
that,
get out of bed.
Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have Darth Haster go because we got too much noise in the background. I hate to have that happen, but I don't want the stream to go down because of it either. Oh,
Yeah, I'll go. I'll check it later. Later,
don't
everyone.
worry. Later.
Bye, Darth.
Ciao, ciao.
Take care.
So, by the way, even though your sister has gone home, how does she feel about the election thing as far as the mail-in ballot and such?
I don't think she cares too much, especially since she doesn't live in the city anymore.
Well, yeah. I mean, granted, she lives in New Jersey, but I mean, she's got. Let's put it this way: she's your sister. She's opinionated. I know
Yeah,
that.
we haven't talked about absentee ballots and stuff. She generally probably, my guess is she'd be okay with it, though sometimes she surprises me on such issues and feels the same way as I do on issues that revolved around voting, but not on actually who to vote for. I'm sure she would. Actually, I'm not sure who she'd vote for, to be honest, because she really, really doesn't like police officers. So even though this guy is a former cop, that might be too much police officer for her. She doesn't agree with defund the police. She thinks that's ridiculous. So
Right.
she very well might vote. I don't know who she'd vote for. She'd probably just not vote. Well, in this election. Though for everyone else, she'd vote Democrat.
Right. That's the well, at least your sister is very well, she makes her opinion known. I'll put it that way. Just out of curiosity, is your mom like that at all, or is it just you and your sister?
Is Mama Bray like what?
Open with her opinion on things.
Is Mama Bray open with her opinions?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Mama Bray. You open with your opinions? Yeah, she's pretty open. As is Sister Bray, yes.
So it's, let's see here. You know, the only reason, because I got another message from somebody earlier, talking about, hey, you ought to try to get your channel bigger, whatever. It's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind, but it's not a priority. Thank you. And people are like, well, you want to get your channel monetized? No, I don't. I don't. I have links available. If people want to give, that's fine. They can join my Patreon if they want. That's fine. Whatever. The only reason I want to get to 1,000 is to get that community tab. That way I can have polls and such. And anyone on YouTube can vote. That way I can actually not have to rely on Twitter or some other source for asking questions.
You have to have 1,000 to do a poll?
Yep. To have a community tab, you've got to have 1,000. And I'll be lucky if I have 500 by the end of the year. Which is fine. So maybe by the end of next year, I'll get to 1,000. I don't know. Or it could be 3 weeks from now. It all depends. People will either do it or not. Like I said, I don't care about the monetization. People are able to give any way they want, whatever. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting to 1,000 for the community tab. That's the only thing I give a crap about. Because that way I could put up a poll and say whatever, and I mean, I think there's something I could do on YouTube in the chat itself. I don't know. I don't remember how to do it, but it came up one time where I could ask a question, and let's see here. I'll look at there it is. Create a poll. Let's see here. What should I ask as a question?
The problem is nobody can chat until they vote in the poll.
Oh, that's true. And good night, kenjackben. Sleep well and take care of yourself.
Is it breakfast time?
It is indeed. It's breakfast time. What's going on?
I'm just hungry. I asked if it was breakfast time. Maybe I'll cook something. Maybe an egg. Just an egg.
An egg would be good.
Oh.
Egg would be quite good. What do you have to do to get a wrench? Figure out a way to get on Twitter.
What? Ah, there we go. Ah, too hot. Gotta wait. Yeah, I've been getting into drinking my coffee recently.
Cool.
Just took a break for a while. Forgot how much I liked it.
And V Star's making breakfast, so that's cool.
Yeah. Gosh, what? There we go. So I guess everybody's seen Dune except me.
No, I haven't.
I haven't
love-
because I claim it doesn't exist. It's duh. They haven't made N yet.
Mm.
That will happen.
Did you say you're? What are you doing? Waterloo? Is that what you said you were playing?
That's the plan. Yes.
Okay. Are you setting it up historically, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's well, I haven't got enough figures to be accurate, and I'm just
Wow.
learning about the entire period. So apparently, at wargaming, what the smaller the figures, the more you can get on the table. But apparently, it was such a huge battle. Each soldier would have to represent, a whole battalion. But I like
Right.
1 for 1, so it might be a subsection. So I'm just starting. I just got my first couple of dozen in the post today, and there's more on the way.
And what scale is that you're using?
Currently the 15mm. So I'm trying other scales like 28mm and 6, but 15 at the moment.
I'm trying to think. 15. Would that be about HO?
Yeah, I think that's comparable to HO, and I think in ratios it's about 172 maybe.
Yeah,
No,
172.
that's not right.
HO.
100. Tell a lie. It was closer to 100 scale, but give or take.
Okay. So I don't know. Would that be N scale?
I think HO, but well, 15,
HO
25,
is 172. I know that.
An inch is 25mm, so 3/5 of an inch.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say for doing that's what I was asking about, if you were doing it historically accurately. I was going to say you might be able to do like a squad.
Right, that's the whole thing. I mean, it's the first debate I got into on the forum, because I like to, one soldier to represent one soldier. If it's going to represent 20 soldiers, then you might as well make it abstract, like Risk.
Right,
so,
right. I was going to say, yeah.
So I did go slightly mad calculating. Yeah, I've got this weird theory of inverse. So, like on another table, we've got like a Afghanistan skirmish game, and so the idea is the smaller the table, the larger the figure, so we can go more intense. So we're starting off with a 4x6 table at 28mm. So that's for the skirmish game. And we've got this Napoleonic table, which is 8 foot by 12 foot, so that's obviously imperial. But then the soldiers are, as mentioned, metric at 15mm. But then over there in the corner, I've got the ridiculous size table, which is the divorce special, 12 by 16 foot. And over there, I'm going to put in the 6mm figures for a ridiculously huge battle. But that's going to be a Christmas project, one thing at a time. But got to keep busy to keep the right level of insanity during lockdown,
eh? Oh, absolutely. Want to make sure you have the correct level.
Yeah.
Saying bless the postal services around the world. They might be a bit slow at the moment, but the troops are getting there. So thank you, all the postal services. Keep going. Good work.
Now, when you get them, are they fully painted?
Now, that's the thing. I've reversed a lifetime of habit. Some of my fellow YouTubers would laugh at me, but basically at this point, I simply don't have enough time to paint all of them. So it's a mix. Literally, I got some today that I've been filming in between broadcasts, and the rest of them pre-painted. So both at the moment.
Yeah,
so,
that's not that. That's I know what you mean about hearing it from other people, but you didn't paint it yourself. It's like, no,
yeah, right.
I have a battalion, right? I did not paint them myself. I mean, how many days do you think I?
There's just too many. And to be fair, at my age, you play to your strengths. I can do a reasonably good paint job, but quite frankly, I'm looking at them now. The level of detail is freaking awesome. They must be using a tiny hairbrush and a magnifying glass. It's insane. So credit to the painters. No, I'd rather work to earn the money to buy more soldiers that someone else painted. It's capitalism, isn't it?
Yeah. Pay for services rendered.
Yeah, right. Exactly. If I can sell my time for more than what I'm paying, I don't know how long it takes them to paint it. I'm paying per soldier. You can really get into the mathematics of it. I'm paying per soldier, not per hour. But I'm discovering, like with any new thing, it's the joy of discovery. So there's a different amount of quality, and the old sort of thing. You can have it cheap, quick, or good quality. So I'd rather have it all three, of course, but I'd rather wait and have something good quality and reasonably priced, I guess. Something like that. And then also, if they're setting a high bar, then when I'm painting, I'm like, well, I better get my soldiers at least as good as those ones, or I'm going to be sticking them in the background for the next video.
Well, I think part of it is, what is your time worth? Because if you're painting them, you're not setting them up. You got to, do all this other stuff, paint it, then set it up.
The gluing. I mean, at the 28mm, you've got to glue the heads on. You've got all the bits of the uniform, especially with the Napoleonics. They've got the freaking feathers of two colours. At least with fantasy, it's a barbarian. Just stick a loincloth on him, he'll be fine. But Napoleonics, if you're going to go into dye, you've got to go in looking good. So yeah. I mean, I know it's weird. I spent my life. It's basically I started wargame or diorama collecting 40 years ago, but I made the decision to go into fantasy and D&D and Star Wars and all that. And finally, I've almost come full circle. And this stage of my life, I'm like, right now, finally, I'm going to get into history and Napoleonics, good old traditional wargaming. So yeah, live and learn. And you learn the history as you go along too.
I just watched your titles. That's funny.
Uh-oh, someone's found the channel.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's mainly pop culture, but broken up with the odd short of whatever the latest wargaming diorama. Eventually, we're going to do live wargaming on the channel, but at the moment, I've got to learn the rules myself. I've been learning the painting. I've not actually done a wargaming yet. I'm still a wargaming virgin as it goes. So there you go.
I'd watch that. That sounds like something I could put on and put on in the background, glance over, check it out. I like listening to the war games play. I've actually been to we have a place called the Complete Strategist. It's a very small shop.
Oh yeah.
Game shop.
Oh yeah.
And I've stopped by there a couple of times just to listen in. I mean, because they got the big tables set up. It's very small, but they've got a couple of big long tables set up, and people are always in there just listening. It's mostly fantasy stuff, but just listening to how deep it goes, and they're like, just to make one move, they're like, okay, you have to roll this, and I mean, my God, it's like I was there for about 10 minutes before the guy actually decided everything about his move that he just made, doing all the calculations. They have a laptop there to help out.
Wow.
Man, it's I was just like, there's no way I could do that. That's almost like professionally trained at that point.
That already, as the only thing I've learned so far is that there's a kind of trade-off between playability and realism, and you can go mad, going to the nearest kind of the umpteenth level of detail and wounding in each individual soldier. And of course, the bigger the battle, which goes back to scale, then the more abstract you've got to make it, because you can't account for every single soldier on the battlefield, unless of course you're doing a skirmish game when you've literally got let's say 12 12 soldiers per side as opposed to 1,200, then
Right.
you can worry about the individual. But that's why, yeah, a skirmish game. So that's already something I've learned without even playing one game or firing one shot in anger, as it were, is that there's a massive difference, no pun intended, between indeed a skirmish game and like a battalion level a battle game, basically. Two different beasts altogether.
Do you play with a do you have a team or is it just the individual?
That's a really good question, because to the best of my knowledge, it tends to be individuals, but we've already gone for teams. And so far we've got, in fact, shout out Cam, who's actually got military experience. So if the game's realistic enough, I'm glad I'm on his side. He's going to be US Special Forces. I'm going to be Europeans. We're basically going to reinvade Afghanistan. We got depressed about the news, so we're going to redo it ourselves. Parallel universe. And Cardinal Sin, bless him, and I think Canadian Spider-Man, they're going to be playing Terry Taliban, and we're going to destroy them completely. So that should be fun. So
Right.
Neville wants to play the Taliban, but he's done it, or is going to do it.
When is this event?
We've not set a date for it so far. I'm setting up the diorama. We've all got a set of the rules. None of us have read the rules, but we've got the rules, the dice. I've got the figures, the buildings, the tanks, the Humvees, the mortars, the 50 cal, all that shit, and IEDs. Even it's almost too realistic. Few civilians. Got to work out the ROE, and once we've got all that figured out, I don't know, sometime in the next couple of years, next couple of months if you're lucky. And then, yeah, and if that's not enough, over here we've got fucking Waterloo, or at the very least Borodino, or a section thereof. So, yeah, it should keep us busy. So next month, maybe. Christmas, I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along.
Very cool. Where do you get the rules from? Is it a published book or what?
Yep, and again, it's a catch-22. So for the Afghanistan game, there's about 3 rule sets. So I semi-arbitrarily landed on one, which is called Skirmish Sangin. So as the title implies, it's a skirmish level game. So we've got the diorama set up accordingly. With the Waterloo or Napoleonic wargaming, it's got many more years. Well, obviously, because the war's a lot older. The other one just finished the other week. Oh, hey, man, that's 4 or 5 weeks ago. Waterloo, hey, man, that was 200 years ago. So I've got about a dozen rule sets on the way in the post. And fucked if I know at this point. Your guess is as good as mine. So far, I've got Absolute Emperor from Osprey War Games, and also another favourite, Black Powder from Warlord Games. But so far, I've just been looking at the pictures. So, quite frankly, I haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah,
I would actually.
And good morning, NB.
Hey, Cap, how you doing?
Hi, NB.
Dave G. Son,
All
it's
right.
been a spell, brother. How you
How you
doing?
Morning, MB.
How's everything going in DC, man? I know you've been busy.
no, it's okay. It's okay.
You know what? I would think since Captain Spock brought up the Napoleonic era, I have my tablet. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very tired. I've been up since 2 a.m. So, and I didn't get much good sleep because I'm trying to get off this fucking medication I was on that was causing me massive side effects. Unfortunately, it has caused me massive withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on day 4 and I'm finally almost feeling better, but still my sleep is all fucked up. So I apologize. And Cap, if I accidentally start talking in cursive, please let me know.
Absolutely. No, since you haven't been here, I am no longer sending out the link. Had something happen on Sunday that, well, let's just put it this way. Not only was the chat blowing up with crap, I had people popping in backstage. I was trying to fight them.
Yes,
Fortunately, yeah. Fortunately, the mods are wonderful. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
And
normally I wouldn't tell you to keep me with a wrench, but I'll back you up, buddy.
oh yeah,
But it was interesting. Getting back to my point when Captain Spock was talking about the Napoleonic Wars, I love playing Risk. I have it on my tablet. I download, and it's one of the few games I actually buy different variations of it to play. I would actually love, and maybe I should suggest this to Risk, making a game of the Napoleonic Wars. That would actually be interesting. I think it'd be a good idea. I think it would. Well, you brought it up, and I was just like, all of a sudden, I was thinking, "Fuck, Riz." I mean, I play the game. I love it. It's fun. But the Napoleonic Wars. I might have to make that suggestion to Risk and see if maybe there's some traction there. Maybe people would be interested. The Napoleonic Wars weren't. So, for example, and you may not know this, Captain Spock, but what we call in America the War of 1812, to the French, and I believe even the British, is rolled into the whole Napoleonic War concept.
Right.
They added to that. Whereas we say the Wars of 1812, whereas they refer to it in the more Napoleonic Wars.
So Napoleon's final battle that was 1815, wasn't it? And then before that, he was exiled to Elba, which I think was 1812. So yeah, it was about the same time frame.
But see, as we're in America, we refer to it as a specific war. It is tied into most European countries, as far as I know, at least with the British and the French, as being part of the Napoleonic War. So I think it would be interesting to have a Risk game going through the map of the Napoleonic War.
Hey, NB, I think that there probably is a computer game that's similar to that made by SSI or one of those older like board game to computer game companies that is Napoleonic. I think that I've seen one.
Oh, really?
I think so, but I mean, it would have been years and years ago, browsing in a computer store. But I'm pretty sure I've seen a Napoleonic one because it caught my eye. The uniforms caught my eye on the cover art. But I don't know. I'm sure there's a computer game of it. There's one of everything.
Well, they've done in Risk Access and Allies. And I'm like, okay, cool. But when, Captain Spock mentioned the Napoleonic War, hey, V-Star, by the way, good to see you, young lady. Pretty lady. Leave it at that. It would be an interesting map, I think. I mean, they did a map, which I haven't played this one yet, of actually Pangea.
Huh. That's cool.
Yeah, I haven't played that one yet. I've managed to win Canada, the United States, Mexico, and I now own Live at the Love Shack because I conquered Brazil. But I thought you'd get a kick out of that one, Captain. But yeah, it would be an interesting game to play. It would be an interesting thing because my understanding in history and civics is mostly I focus on American, United States history and civics. World history is very fascinating, and it's one thing my wife brings up, and I've learned a lot of new things. The Napoleonic War, I really don't know that much about, or the Napoleonic Wars, I should say, because that's how they refer to it.
Because the continents are kind of intertwined, because then it goes back to the 7 Years' War, which was the English against the French, but that was in a way the first ever real world war, and that was fought out on the American continent. And of course, it was the taxation for the war against the French that led to the War of Independence. And then, of course, as you've mentioned before, MB, then we had after the War of Independence, then of course we had the French Revolution, then we had the rise of power of Napoleon, then we had the Louisiana Purchase, or from his point of view, the Louisiana Sale, which of course was financed by Britain, so America could borrow the money to buy it off Louisiana, to buy it off France, so they could fight the British. So it's just a nice circle of war and money.
There's some buildings here in. I don't know how to say that word. Do you know how to say that, Cap?
Bratislava.
That
okay.
one. Bratislava. Let's see. Let's see if I can get it big enough. Napoleon's cannons, according to the random menace. I like that, the random menace. See what you did there. Napoleon's cannons damaged some buildings here in Bratislava. The windows were never repaired. As a memento, Bratislava. That sounds a bit Eastern Europe, but I'm a bit vague there, aren't I? Where is Bratislava? Western Russia? Pomerania? Borodino? Who knows? Where is Bratislava? I don't know, but it's making me hungry.
You know, my wife got to have a good experience with her class last Friday. I didn't mention this, I don't think. And if I did, I apologize for repeating it, but this is a flaw I do have. They actually went into Illinois and went to the cabin where Abraham Lincoln was his childhood home. So they got to go do that. And I thought that was great. I wish I could have gone, but
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool too.
Bratislava is the capital of Slovakia.
Oh, thank you, Bert.
Thank you.
They're building the train to that now.
It's bratwurst flavored baklava.
The train is coming.
Maybe that's
soon.
it.
My favorite bratwurst is Johnson's Better with Cheddar. Yes, I know somebody's going to clip that because I just realized what I said. Now, maybe I've asked this question of random minutes before, and if I have, is Slovakia the split up of the Czech Republic and Slovakia from the Czech?
That's exactly it. It was Czechoslovakia. It got split up into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And since then, the Czech Republic has apparently renamed itself and is now Czechia, although that's not to be confused with Chechnya, which is a completely separate breakaway republic from Russia, hence the Chechen War.
Oh, really? The Republic changed their name. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, it's quite recently. No, not a lot of people do. I don't think they really announced it very well. I don't know how official it is, but yeah, apparently now it's no longer the Czech Republic, but Czechia. Slovakia remains unchanged as Slovakia.
That seems a little odd.
Yeah, well, as with all things on the interweb, do feel free to look it up right now. Tell me if I'm wrong, but yeah, look up Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic, and it should say now known as Czechia.
He's right. I just Googled it.
Oh, I didn't have.
Czech Republic is Czech Republic now Chechnya, and actually, it's showing right over here. It says Chechnya. Okay.
Well, it should be Czechia, not Chechnya, because Chechnya is.
I'm sorry, I know Chechnya is another country.
Yeah, Czechia. See, they could have picked a better. They might have called it Banana Land, but yeah, Czechia. Whoever confused with Chechnya. Know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Let's confuse people even more.
Yeah, right. For goodness sake, come up with an original name.
Oh, it looks like this. The Czech Republic, also known by its short form Chechnya. Maybe they didn't change their name. Well, let me just.
Wait a minute.
I hate using Wikipedia for anything, so I try to find sources.
Now, according to the Random Menace, Czechia and Czech Republic are the same as Slovakia and Slavic Republic, like United States or U.S.
Ah, gotcha. Well, I think a lot of people sometimes don't remember that the country of Mexico is, I believe, called the United Mexican States.
Most people would have no idea.
I think I can't remember if it's the United States of Mexico or the States of Mexico. I'm going to actually look that up. Mexico's full title.
Considering the
United Mexican States. Okay. I was just curious because I remember reading that when I was going through my Spanish and history lessons, and I just couldn't remember if state was before or after. Well, it's like we have that same in the States. You would know that, and most of you guys would know this. You have, for example, since I'm going to bring this up because there's an election going on in Virginia. Virginia's actual full title is the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That's right. We're one of 3.
Named after Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen.
I know there's also the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Where's the other one?
Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, we shorten our titles sometimes, but like with U.S., United States of America, sometimes I didn't know we had 3 Commonwealths. I've never heard the other 2 called. I didn't know Kentucky was the Commonwealth of Kentucky. No, I didn't know that. I may be big into history, Cap, but even I don't catch everything. I wish I could, but
that's the thing, though. It's every day you can learn something new. It's never ending, but that's the joy of it, isn't it?
Yes.
I wouldn't have known if I hadn't moved there for a short time. So yeah, I just learned it as I was living there, and then I came back because of some circumstances. So yeah.
How are things in Kansas City, Cap?
Things are, well, it's Kansas City. What do you expect?
I've never been there, so I don't know. I know I had a guy tell me, he's like, "What are you going to do? Come up here and kick my ass?" I was like, I literally responded back with, "Bitch, you couldn't pay me to go to Chicago." I'd rather go to LA, New York City, or DC versus Chicago. That's how much I hate fucking Cook County. Or not hate, but despise.
I'll skip DC and just come to Arlington. I'll show you around. We don't have to go to DC.
I have been to Arlington once. When I was oh geez Louise. I don't know how old I was. I was a child. I was very young. This is back in the 80s. And my grandmother used to take me on a lot of vacations with her because and we did go to DC. In fact, the second time I left America, other than going to Germany with my father when he transferred in the army over to Germany, was Canada, when we crossed the border and went to Niagara Falls and did that stuff. And I got to tell you something. I don't know much about Canada's politics, but god dang if they don't have some of the most beautiful lakes you could ever. I remember this, and this is how impactful it was for me. I remember swimming in a lake. I was a good swimmer, and I remember just seeing all the way down to the bottom, and I was like, oh, that doesn't look that far. And then I put my head down, and it's like 30, 40 feet down.
Wow.
Wow.
It actually scared the shit. It actually scared the shit out of me. So I was like, holy shit, I'm deep. I'm in deep water and I don't even know it. But it was interesting. The way, you know how it was. We were just at the lake and we were swimming, and I just, that was the first time I put my head down and looked, down there, and I just wanted to do it. I thought I could go down and touch the water. Yeah, touch the ground. Sorry. And I was like, oh shit, that ain't happening.
Not unless you go deep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh.
We did get so I have been to New York because we went there on the Niagara Falls side, and then of course we went across to Canada, and we did actually get on a I think the word is ferry properly. And we got to, go near the Horseshoe Lake Falls, which was just absolutely gorgeous. And then at nighttime, and I don't know if they still do this. I would imagine they do. They would shine lights all over it, like just different colored lights, and it just, it's just dancing off the water, and it was gorgeous. I mean, as a child, it was just amazing.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sure many people would love to see that.
You said that's called Horseshoe Lake that you went to with the falls?
No, sorry. Sorry.
I just want to see a picture. I want to see a picture of these lit up falls.
No, sorry. Isn't it called I'm thinking Horseshoe because we do have from my hometown, we have a place called Horseshoe Lake. Where one of my cousins goes and does some amazing fishing, and I live vicariously through him through that. But isn't the one on the Canada side called the Horseshoe? Because of the way it's shaped? I thought it was, but I'll look it up. Why not?
Absolutely.
Niagara Falls State Park. Actually, what are both of those called? I'm assuming Niagara is a French word. What are the 3 waterfalls in Niagara?
Would that mean Viagra is a French word?
No, I would assume Viagra. Based on what my wife has told me, learning Latin at her school, it's probably rooted in Latin or Greek. A look at the 3 different falls that make up Niagara Falls. Okay. God, I was so young, I only remember 2. Well, there's an American Falls, Horseshoe Falls, and Niagara Falls. Okay.
Oh, Horseshoe Falls. Right. That makes sense. That's why it sounded familiar to me. That's part of the big falls, right? That has the big curve on it, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. Apparently there's the American Falls. Well, actually, I don't understand. It says look up the 3 different falls that make up Niagara. Okay, American Falls, Bridal Veil Falls, Horseshoe Falls, and I'm a dumbass. They were using Niagara Falls as a general term. So it's the American Falls, the Bridal Veil Falls, and the Horseshoe Falls. That's probably why I said Horseshoe Lake, because that's a reference to a lake I know.
So the 3 different ones under the same Niagara. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Superman should not have saved that kid, man. That kid was an idiot. That kid was. I mean, when I saw that movie as a kid, I was like, that kid is stupid. That's just stupid. Like that.
No,
And what was he doing? It didn't even look fun. You know?
Nope.
No, I thought he should have saved the kid and beat the shit out of the mother for letting him be on the other side of the goddamn falls. That's great, son. That's great, son. And then he falls. You let your son go on. I'm sorry, as a parent of 3 and a grandfather of 1, there's no way in hell I'd let my kids do that.
Well, just imagine if they're letting their kid do that. Just imagine what they let their kid do in a public restaurant.
Oh God. Deji Sound, you just actually reminded me of a story. I was at a restaurant with my grandmother and one of her friends, and she had her child there, and her child had the most disgusting table manners. I mean, she was taking black olives and putting them on her finger and sucking them off. And I remember when we left, I didn't say shit, but when we left, I told my grandmother, I was like, she has disgusting table manners. And my grandma was like, yeah, she does. You will never act like that. Because if I had done shit like that, my grandma would have slapped the shit out of me. I know this for a fact because my grandma only had to ever slap me 3 times to put me back in my place.
I remember you told the story about that the other day. I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Well, my grandma only ever had to slap me 3 times to put me back in my place. Once when I was 5, once when I was 7, and once when I was 24. I guess when I was 24, I got a little too big for my britches. But she slapped the shit out of me, and guess what? I was like, I'm sorry, Grandma.
Yep.
She had to put me back in my place.
And good morning, V-Star. How are you, Nancy?
Hello, Visar.
Hey, Nancy. How you doing, girl?
You might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Oh, damn. It's the headphones. Hold on.
Wonder what it is.
Oh, I bought a new
headphones.
shirt. I can't wait till it gets here to Thursday.
What?
Let's go, Brandon. I couldn't help it, man. This is me.
Oh, absolutely. I would be shocked if you didn't. And good morning, Sherry. How are you this morning?
Hey, Visa, waiting on you to tell us how you're doing.
I'm good.
You're good? Glad to hear it. How's everything?
Yes.
How's everything?
It's okay for the most part. Yeah. I made it on here, so
Awesome.
It's a rain. Yeah, it's another rainy day. I'm still waiting for my hoodies from Bird of Prey, and also Captain. I'm still waiting, and I ordered a cup too.
Awesome.
You.
Thank you.
Yep. Not a problem at all. I'm still having problems with my speech, but I'm working on that. But it was a nightmare. It definitely was a nightmare because I had septic, I guess, in the hospital, and then that's why they sent me to the nursing home. So anyways, long story short, I'm home. You all know I'm home now. And anyways, continue.
We're glad you're home, V-Star.
Absolutely.
Yes. It's good to be home. Definitely. And so as soon as I get my money, I'm going to make sure that I already retweeted kenjackben's tweet, and I'm going to make sure that I donate to him as soon as my money comes in. So it should just be another week or so before I get my money. So anyways, how you feeling, Captain? You okay?
I'm feeling okay. I'm not anticipating going into the doctor later, but that's cool.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. Doctors are not my cup of tea, that's for sure.
I'll take a doctor over the dentist.
Well, this is true. This is true.
Actually, I canceled my dentist appointment. Well, actually, I no-showed because I'm just like, this is going to sound kind of maybe petty, but I was like, wait a minute. I don't want to go. I don't have to go. And nobody's going to bitch at me if I don't go to the dentist today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, fuck it. I'm not doing it. I'm supposed to say,
give you the gas, though, NB. They fill you up with gas, and I got 3 root canals done because I had one rotten tooth, and they had to give me 3 fucking injections. It was a nightmare. But anyways, I agree with you about the dentist, and I'll never go back again. That was in Vegas.
When I was 19, when I was 19, V-Star, my wisdom teeth started cutting through, and I was in the Marine Corps, and I went and got them removed. And unfortunately, there was no gas. They just numbed me up, shot my mouth up with a bunch of fucking medication. And I got to hear all the lovely sound of the crunching and stuff around me, and the ripping out of this stuff. I had, not exactly a fun experience at 18 or 19, sorry. But about a year ago, I was at a civilian dentist, and I went in and I said, hey, I've got this problem with this tooth here. It's causing me all these issues. And I said, I was like, the only thing that seems to stop the pain is cold. And he was like, well, it sounds like a dead tooth. I'm like, teeth can die?
Yep.
I didn't know that. And he gives me my 2 options. He's like, either you can get scheduled for a root canal, go take a look at that, do that. And he gave me the projections of what might happen if I do it. There was no guarantee it would save it. And I literally just looked at him before he got the option. I'm like, can you just pull the damn thing out? He's like, yeah, we can do that right now. Whereas when I was in the military, I would have had to have gone in, got looked at for cleaning, then have made that explanation, and then made a 3rd appointment to get my tooth removed. They wouldn't have done it the same day.
Oh, no. Even I know that much.
Well, actually, here's one, Captain Trek, you might be interested in. This is just a little personal information about my oldest daughter. She only has 3. They did an x-ray on her, and she only has 3 wisdom teeth that haven't come in yet. She does not have the 4th. Now, another thing, my father-in-law has his wisdom teeth because he has a big mouth, which is ironic because he's one of the most soft-spoken people I've ever met.
It's always the quiet ones. Hey, by the way, NB, I would go to R&R about the Napoleon War.
R&R? Okay, I will.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Sherry, by the way.
Hey, PJ.
And, Orville.
And good morning, Orville Nation. How are you, PJ?
So did anybody, I don't know if you guys talked about this before I got it, did anybody watch the trailer for the Book of Boba Fett?
Nope.
I'm going to take that as a no.
I have a great one, Dee Dee Myers. Thank you for coming today. Hopefully you have hopefully things go well at the rehabilitation center.
Yes, definitely, Dee Dee. Hey, hi to your wife for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, take care, Dee Dee Myers. Best to all of you, obviously. But yeah, I when I was saying this, I watched the trailer, I think, last night, and I got to rewatch it again because I was so freaking tired. But you know how you're so damn tired you can't sleep? And then when you get sleep, it's not restful, especially when you're going through withdrawal from a medication. It's a goddamn nightmare. That's why I'm not taking Gizmo to get his shots today. Because I really don't want to drive 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back to get him shots. I'll get it rescheduled for the weekend. And I will tell you what, though, whatever flea medication I've got the free samples of the 6 months of free flea medication they gave me. I gave one to Gizmo. I gave one to my dog. I gave the other 2 to my dogs. And I'll tell you what, this is the best anti-flea medication I've ever seen. I mean, poor Gizmo, for those of you who have never seen him, he has very, very thick fur. So I didn't even notice the scratch. I saw the scratching. I saw what he did, but I didn't know it was from fleas.
Ooh.
I couldn't see that. I mean, they weren't like, normally on the belly and stuff. They were up in his poor nose and his head.
Oh.
He's rusty black and white. And I only noticed it because some of the fleas started showing up on the white tip of his nose. And I was like, oh my God, I had no idea. I was like, I checked his belly and everything. But I tell you what, that freaking, he's healing up. Poor guy had to go through and get the top layer of his hair, kind of his fur on his forehead, skinned down. And they provide us with some healing stuff to help dry it out.
Right.
And he's, since we've gotten it for them, I haven't seen a problem. In fact, we have, I don't know if you guys know these things. They actually make this thing my wife found that actually attracts fleas to it, kind of like a roach trap. And we're not seeing hardly any fleas go in there anymore. So I've had flea medication for my dogs before, but this has been the best one I've seen.
It attracts fleas, NB? Is it electric or what?
It's electric with it's plugged into the wall. It's plugged in the wall. It has a light on it, and it kind of, I guess, does a warm sensation that attracts the fleas.
Huh.
I'd have to look at the product and see. I'd actually have to look at it. My wife found it, and I just know it works.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a very interesting. I'll be right back.
No problem. Oh, let's see here. I see that Dee Dee Myers uploaded something about an hour ago. So after this is over, feel free to go over and watch it.
I was hoping it would be a chemical or something instead of electric. That way you could use it as a joke against somebody.
Well, that's true.
I don't understand why all these fleas are attaching me. I've never heard of anything that attracted fleas, though, other than animals, obviously.
Right.
Boba Fett takes over. Huh.
Okay.
Oh, is that from the spoiler, Orville? I didn't see it. I mean, the spoiler, the trailer.
You might as well call it that.
Because so to answer your, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's by a company called Victor, and they just simply titled it the Ultimate Flea Trap.
Oh yeah, Victor makes rat traps, mouse traps, all that kind of stuff. Remember them from the hardware store?
Yeah, well, apparently they make flea traps too, and they work real well.
Cool.
Get out of that flea trap. That's really interesting. I was telling Cap I'd never heard of anything that attracts like fleas that's not an animal. It's interesting.
Orville Nation brings up a good point. It looks like Jabba takes over Jabba's palace. I watched the trailer, and I know he's over in Jabba's palace. Now, Jabba's palace was out on the outskirts of Mos Eisley, right?
I don't remember seeing the spaceport with the palace ever.
Yeah, so it's not in Mos Eisley. It's obviously not in Mos Espa or whatever that other place is. So when they showed the scenery that looked similar to Tatooine and it looked like a big thriving city in an area, I was like, maybe this is a different city in the, on Tatooine.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. I guess we'll have to wait to find. I don't know. I got to do a review on it. I got to rewatch it again. It was okay. It didn't grab me like The Mandalorian grabbed me with its trailer. And maybe that's because, and I know this is an unpopular opinion of people, I never really gave two shits about Boba Fett.
I love you, NB. Me either. I thought he was a cool dude with a rocket pack, and that was kind of it. And then this whole story arc emerged, and I was just like, all right, whatever. I'm sure it's very interesting. From what I've heard, it's very deep.
Yes, Orville Nation, I am going to do an opinion on the trailer, but I did two political ones yesterday, and, that was kind of my limit. I think I told you guys about, I told you that, I was listening to the Progressive channel on 127XM, and these women I was like, no wonder you're single. And then I did a 20-minute. It ended up being 20 minutes. I said I titled it "This Woman is Crazy," and yes, I did do a rebuttal to a black woman. Deal with it, fucking people. Because what she was saying was so disgusting and so kind of off the wall. And I don't like people who just run their mouth and don't bring any substance or proof. Oh, Orville Nation said it didn't even grab him. Oh, that ain't a good sign. Yeah, I'll probably do that video today or tomorrow for that. Depends on how I'm feeling. I'm feeling pretty good overall. Just tired and a little hungry. That's the other thing about medication withdrawal. You don't want to eat because it comes up.
Mm.
And I've done enough praying to the porcelain god in my lifetime to last me enough.
Oh, yeah. Well, if it didn't grab Orville Nation, yeah. Wow.
That's a red flag right there. Well, I thought the visuals and the costumes looked good, but I didn't. That was it. That was honestly it. Nothing else grabbed me. Whereas in maybe it's because I never really cared about this character. Whereas in The Mandalorian with Din Djarin, this was a new character, and I thought the trailer was great. Had that nice Western vibe I love. So there were people complaining about the score on some of the bigger channels, and I was like, I love the frickin' score. I love the music. Okay, Orville Nation says, but I'm trusting Filoni and Favreau. Yeah, I'm still going to give a shot.
Not sure I can trust that Filoni. How does Dave Filoni get that big cowboy hat into that X-Wing cockpit every week in the Mandalorian? I will never understand.
Oh, trust me, V-Star. This is the second. V-Star says, withdrawal is no joke. She's right, because this is actually the second medication I've been on, because the last one gave me bad side effects, but this one was even worse because the withdrawal from my last one, I didn't really have any, but man, the side effects were bad. This one just decided to, okay, for example, if I didn't take it exactly at the right time, it would fuck me up. I'd wake up with shakes. And I'm like, I never did this before. And when I would take the medicine, I couldn't eat for hours because I'd start having dry heaving or vomiting. And I was just like, I finally said, you know what? But when I tried to get off it the last time, the withdrawal effects were really bad, and I decided on a Friday, I'm like, I'm not taking this fucking thing. I'll deal with the withdrawals because that's better than what I'm dealing with the side effects. Because I know the withdrawals will go away eventually. Which I'm on day 4, so they pretty much have. Like I said, I'm just tired right now. And I know Captain Trek's been on certain meds. I'm sure Bird's had that situation before too. So, Cap, they scheduled your surgery yet?
No, not yet. I will absolutely be making that well known when it happens. I need to apologize. I told everyone I would be making a short video yesterday. I wasn't able to. The kids were, well, Mondays the kids are here all day. So once the show was over, it was chaos central until I had to until I actually was going to bed.
Oh, this guy doesn't like my comment because I threw a post up from the CDC website of number of deaths for leading causes of death from 2020. And this person's literally like, no, that's from 2019. That was a year before COVID. I'm like, and I just want to respond. I'm like, hey, it said 2020 data. What do you want from the CDC website? What do you want me to do?
Exactly. Oh, I find it funny. You can go to facts with some of these people. They're just not convinced. They're, I don't know what to call them. Sheeple. They believe all the hype, and yeah, it's just whatever.
Oh man, this scares me a little bit because Alzheimer's death was 121,499. And the reason why I actually look at that stuff is because, somebody was like, somebody made another comment. And he's like, oh, are those communicable diseases? I'm like, yeah, it's called genetics. My family has a history of a well-documented history of heart disease, diabetes, and alcoholism. So I'm like, it's just science, folks. Sorry, you don't like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, facts. Yeah, why bother with that?
Oh, I see what they were saying. Mortality rate in the States for 2019. Okay, so when they produced 2020 data. Okay, I'll just throw I'm going to have to wait till 2020, sometime in 2021 to put out 2020's data. Which actually, since we're past the physical year, and I don't know if you guys, some of you might know this, some of you might not, but you have the new year, which comes in January, but you have what we call the physical year, which starts in basically November. Is it October, November? Shit, I can't remember.
It's now November.
No. I mean, the physical year, I believe, starts in
fiscal
year.
I believe the physical year starts in October. Let me. Well, still, it's funny they want to counteract my stuff. They want to say, okay, well, let's just put it this way. 2019, 659,441 Americans died of heart disease. 599,601 died of cancer, which I'm assuming encompasses all forms of cancer.
Yes. That would be my assumption, yeah.
Accidents, unintentional injuries, 173,040. Chronic lower respiratory infection, which is attributed to why a lot of people die of COVID because it is a respiratory thing. So 156,000. Stroke, 150,000. Alzheimer's, 121,000. Diabetes, 87,000. Wow. Influenza. We only had 49,000 people die of that. Actually, it was almost 50. Intentional self-harm suicide was 47,000. I really am scared to see what the 2020 numbers are for suicide after.
What is it for tobacco?
Yeah.
They didn't mention tobacco. I think they probably attribute
They didn't mention tobacco. What the fuck kind of skewed survey? The one of the biggest killer of humans, and they didn't mention tobacco. They forget to mention stopping breathing as well. What kind of fuck bullshit is this?
Well, you never know the
A death chart.
results.
That's like saying people that died in World War II, a bullet to the brain wasn't mentioned. What the fuck? Didn't mention
I'm going to assume
tobacco.
I'm going to assume tobacco use falls under the cancer one. That's what
I would assume that. Yeah.
Yeah, but they should. That is the source. I mean, that is literally the most dangerous drug there is. You know, there's my goodness, lies, and damn statistics.
Orville Desa says heart disease is out of control in the U.S. and people can stop and even reverse. I think he meant the disease.
Heart disease.
Heart disease. Anyway, yeah. But everybody's focused on one goddamn thing right now.
Yep.
Speaking of which, and I don't mean to bring up anything long-term political, but Dave G. Sound, since I know you're in D.C., what's the mood like in Virginia?
Very tense. Very tense. It's a very, 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 very close race. Very close. Very close. Except I haven't voted yet, but I've already been told that it's rigged. So.
I'll still go out and vote.
No, I know. I'm going to. No, that's what I'm saying is I've already been told by people that it's rigged, and I'm like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
Panel, good talking to you guys. I got a dip. I'll catch you guys later.
Absolutely. Talk to you later.
See you later. Oh, by the way, I subbed to you, pal. Want to see some wargaming?
Hey, what time is it in New Zealand now? Like 2, 3 in the morning for him?
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I watched one of the earlier I was getting my political fix on, and I did watch one of the gubernatorial interactions between the Democrat and the Republican. And I think this is where the big issue is going to be, is one said, and it was the Democrat who basically said, parents shouldn't tell teachers how to teach. I'm like, that's not going to go over it because, and I take that personally. That's why I'm following this, is because as someone who's dealt with the public education and got screwed by it, watched my daughter get screwed by it and pulled both my kids out of public education because of the shit they were getting. And no matter how much I tried to interact with them, it was, I don't know. And you could tell by the body language of these people, they were annoyed, my wife and I, because my wife went to school to be an educator because she's now a teacher at a private Christian school. And we were asking questions that, oh my God, you look like, how dare you ask us these things? How dare you question how we teach? And you could just feel the mood and the vibe in the room. I mean, I've done enough meetings in my life. You can tell who's pissed off and annoyed.
Oh.
You can tell who's annoyed, pissed off, uncomfortable, all those shit. And it was just like, we didn't ask hard questions. It wasn't even, I was like, one of the questions was like, you're saying my son is kicking the table. Well, why is he kicking the table? What is going on? What was the subject? Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. It took me 2 weeks after I pulled them out of school to figure out my son had test anxiety, which is really relatable because I know my wife has test anxiety. She's told me this throughout her life. She had test anxiety, not just about promotion tests or things like that, but PT tests, classroom tests. She always had anxiety. And when she would be at the house and getting ready for I always knew she was never going to sleep well the night of a PT test. She always, no matter what, no matter how many times she passed, the anxiety was always there. And I was like, how is it I figured this out in 2 weeks when this fucking teacher had my son for 2 goddamn years and couldn't tell me that?
They don't care.
Some of them don't. I think it's more along
I mean,
the
there are
lines
good
of
teachers. There are good teachers out there, but there are teachers that just are there to do their job, and that's it.
Well, for example, when I was in South Carolina, when I lived there, my daughter had a friend. Her mother was a teacher. Her 2 aunts who lived next door one was a teacher, one was, I think, vice principal. And, I talked to them about some of the stuff, and I was like, why is it things like this happen? Why is this going? And he goes, because we are told we have to teach a certain way. We're not allowed to, massage or, go around things, or not go around things, but they have to teach a certain way. They are basically conditioning these teachers to teach a certain way. And I'm like, well, why can't you guys fight that? And they're like, we can't get the union to back us. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I talked to all 3 of them, and it was almost universally the same thing. They were frustrated, not with parents, but with the school boards and stuff. So when I see these school board meetings where they're like, why are these parents so upset? Well, the kids have been on lockdown for however long they were. They started to realize something I realized very long ago, that the school system is fucked up. And they're voicing their displeasure about it, and these school boards don't like it. They're like, why are these parents bothering with us?
And good morning, not Ryan Johnson. How are you today?
Hey, not Ryan Johnson. V-Star, that's a lot of crap. NB, best thing I ever did was homeschool my son. Cheers to you, Matt. Oh, yes. Congratulations. That's excellent. And my son went from...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, what I was going to say is back when... and my son has had some learning disabilities, but what they really did was kill his confidence, because he was just so certain he was going to fail no matter what he did, and it frustrated him. And I literally had to spend the first 3 or 4 months trying to explain to him. I'm like, son, you're not going to fail. Mom and I are not going to let you. I said, and here's the thing I said to him, it's okay to get an answer wrong. And where I tell him, it's like, AJ, I mispronounce words. I misspell words. It happens. It's okay. He had to it was okay to it was like, not just that he was going to fail, but that if he made a mistake, he was going to get shit for it. And it's like, you just made a mistake. We learn from it and we correct it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of times, when we have a mistake, that's how do I say this? It's an opportunity to learn, and
yes.
that's what needs to be the focus. It's like, okay, that's not the correct answer. Now let's learn about this, so we can go from there.
Well, it's like Dave G Sound. You're a sound director, right? Or
I used to be.
Yeah, so you had to set everything up, make sure it's working, make sure it's going. Did it always go right? Or did you have to sometimes do, troubleshooting to find...
Oh, my whole job was troubleshooting. Yeah, I mean, I started... When I left, I wasn't doing all that. I had other people doing it. But I was responsible for it. So I would ask them, I would design it, because we would rebuild the system for every show, even though it was in a fixed location, because each client had different requirements. And I'd assign it, and I would check it personally. Unlike some people do with some things that go off and hurt people, I actually personally checked it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm referring to, of course. And then yeah, everything always was screwed up, and it was nobody's fault. And if something wasn't done right, I'd say, well, this needs to be done this way, and they'd say, okay, got it, and then I'd check, and it would be done. It was,
well,
but
that's
yeah,
why.
it was all troubleshooting. That was my whole job.
Well,
Otherwise, you can just hit the on button and have the show go on.
yeah, exactly. So while I was in the military, you know, we had these things called technical manuals. Why do you think that technical manual was created? Because people had learned, okay, this is not how you do it. This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you do. That's why these things were made. I created several programs during my time in the service, one being a program that based on disaster issues that they called FISTER. I don't remember what the acronym stood for. I think it got changed later. And then I did a training manual for how to do things when I worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. And I based it around an Air Force training manual. Basically, we had a certain program where it was kind of like, I don't know how to explain this the right way. Give me a second. We would, you know, have a list of things, and this is how you do it. Now, obviously, as things evolve, like say going from Windows 7 to Windows 10, shit changes, and you have to update your training programs because not everything's going to fucking work the same way it did when you were on Windows 7 versus Windows 10.
No.
Or if you have a Mac, that's a completely different system. It's like I said, you know, I'm not qualified to work on a Mac. I wouldn't know the first thing about working a Mac. I could learn, but I'd need a manual and some things to look through.
Yeah.
And
I like your acronym, FROG, G. Fail. First attempt in learning. Yeah.
Well, think about this. I just want to put it this way: we didn't learn how to walk first. We learned how to crawl. Before we learned how to crawl, we had to learn how to work our hands and our stomach, and then we started to learn how to crawl. And I use this example because of my grandson right now. He's learned how to crawl. Eventually, he's going to learn how to walk. Now, is he going to walk perfectly the first time he does it? Fuck no. He's going to fail at that. But he's going to learn as he's going through.
Now he's gonna get up and walk, and you're gonna be freaked out. He's not gonna stumble. He's not gonna fall. He's gonna walk with suave, and you're gonna be like, dude, let's get out of here.
Well, one of the interesting. Well, my son AJ, he this was so funny. We had one of those milk crates. I don't know if anybody remembers those, the box ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, my son got this idea, and I don't know where he came up with it, but once he started trying to walk, he actually was falling down. He grabbed that damn thing and used it to stabilize himself as he was learning to walk. And he would walk around. I got video of him walking around with that thing and just smiling away, you know, as a young child, being like, I can do this. And my wife made a comment. She said this many times. She believes something traumatic happened to her brother because she said he used to have a smile like our son does, and he doesn't do that anymore. She's like, it happened sometime in high school. And it's just like he doesn't smile anymore. And I'll be honest with you, I've known the guy for a long time. I don't think I've ever really seen him smile. And that's the worst thing because these educators, I think, sometimes don't realize or don't care about the effect they have on the children and the lasting impact it has. Cap, what the hell did you change my name to? Oh, Eleanor. Or Ellen. What?
Illinois.
That's good. I like that. Maybe that's how it should have been spelled.
let me get rid of that.
I like that. Just keep that there. I like that. Not me, but I'll keep the name there. I like that. That's a good one. Do I really sound like I say eyes like an E?
Yes.
Ah.
And I was going to add E, but I thought, nah, Y sound looks better. So
Actually, I would agree that Y does look good. I like that. It's a good one. Good choice.
You know, I haven't even checked my Twitter since I sent out links to a few people.
I've still never messed with Twitter. I don't know anything about it.
Honestly, I would stay away from it.
Yeah, that's why I've been doing that. I've heard about Twitter wars and all these things going on, and I'm like, I don't think I need it really. But it seems like you guys communicate a lot over it.
Well, I use Discord mainly, but there are people that don't have Discord who do have Twitter, and that's what I use for that.
Here's something my wife sent me on Facebook. I just I popped it up on Twitter. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but I just thought it was fucking hilarious.
I didn't see it.
No, I think you might like this. This is kind of funny.
What?
Oh, I'm sharing the screen.
I'm got to get back to that now because I was looking at Twitter. All right, here we go. Oh yes, I saw that.
Yeah, my wife sent that. My wife shared that out on Facebook, and sometimes I take fun little things like that. But I just, oh my god, I snorted there. There's a snort count here.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was just so damn funny. Hello, my name is Idaho Montoya. You peeled my father. Prepare to fry. I don't know who came up with that, but they were. Oh, I shouldn't have brought that up. Now I can't stop laughing. Yeah, you got a horrible nation laughing. You got PJ laughing.
Absolutely. Well, that was funny. I mean, I remember seeing that, and it's like, oh my god. I was laughing at the time.
Yeah, like I said, it popped up. Sometimes I don't check my...
It's almost a visual dad joke. So beautifully corny. I love those.
Oh,
any joke that makes you roll your eyes is perfect. Basically, Bazooka Joe.
Oh, yes. Bazooka Joe comics. Oh my god. Hey, that was half the fun of getting the gum was being able to read the jokes.
Yeah. And then copy them on Silly Putty.
Now that I never did.
Which is weird because the comic never stuck to the gum. Silly Putty's creepy stuff, man.
Oh, I do like Silly Putty. I still do.
It's always preferred Play-Doh. I don't know what.
Tastes better.
We tried to create. Speaking of failures, we tried I think 5-6 attempts at making homemade Play-Doh before we just said, okay, we obviously don't know what we're doing. Where it's like, this is costing us more than buying the goddamn Play-Doh. Actually, shit. Have you guys seen Play-Doh in a toy store anymore?
Yep.
Or in a toy area? Really? I don't think I've seen it. V-Star says that was from Parrot Head. He's a meme extraordinary. Extraordinaire. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a fucking awesome meme. I need to get that movie on Blu-ray. I only have it on DVD.
Oh, a lot of the movies are now, coming on both Blu-ray and DVD. You'll even get like a case that'll have both movies in there. And what's funny is my mom stuck the wrong one in the DVD player. So of course it's no data because it's not set up for that. But
hey, I've done that before too.
I mean, technically, we could have both playing, one in one room, one in another, and still be watching the same thing, as long as one has a Blu-ray and one has the DVD.
Yeah, we don't have too many. We have a couple of portable DVD players, but I think pretty much it's either PlayStation 4 now or well, my kids have PlayStation 4, so they don't need a reason to have a freaking Blu-ray because it's already set up for that. And that's why I don't have one in here. So if I watch a movie in here on my big screen here, I throw a Blu-ray and I don't need one. The only place I think we have a Blu-ray. Oh, that's right. My daughter's PS4 shit the bed, so we got her a Blu-ray, and then we have one out in the living room when we want to have family time. And yeah, you're right. DVD, Blu-ray, because we bought Free Guy. We still haven't had a chance to sit down and watch it, but I did buy it, and it's been interesting going away from digital media back to physical media.
How so?
Well, the whole thing with the digital media is, and I don't know my digital media accounts much anymore, but, it's the whole thing of I actually don't own it. If the company shuts down, I'm fucked. If they say, oh, I'm sorry, this content's no longer available, even though I paid for it and did the virtual download, I'm fucked. Whereas, I can grab any Star Trek I want and watch it anytime I want, no matter what. I can do that with Babylon 5. I can do that with Stargate. I can do that with Sons of Anarchy. I can, if I want to do that, I can. And I don't have to worry about, and I've had some accounts where I think it was Voodoo was when I first noticed this, and I could be wrong. Well, that was the other thing too. You would have different companies having different licensing for the virtual content to different companies. So you had to get multiple accounts, multiple logins, and you'll find out sometimes, unfortunately, you're freaking and I'm going to be honest, the streaming quality wasn't always that good.
No.
Whereas my physical media, where like if I want to pop in Goonies, which is a great fucking movie, I can pop it in. I don't have to worry about it. The only thing I got to worry about with a Blu-ray versus DVD is it just takes a little bit longer for it to load. Well, that's okay. That's for me to go get a coffee or a beer or a piss break while I'm waiting.
Yep. Gives you enough time to do everything you need to do.
I understood the pause button.
Yeah, that and the pause button. Well, I understood why they were coming up with the concept because it was so you could take the movie anywhere you want to go. I'm kind of like, and yeah, I got on board with that a little bit, but I was like, yeah, but you can take the movie away from me. Whereas if I just want to watch the movie while I'm out and about, I can just take the fucking thing with me.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I checked, most hotels or whatever, guess what they have? Or if they don't have a Blu-ray player or DVD, I can just take my fucking Blu-ray player with me, plug it in, hook up an HDMI, and I'm done.
Yep.
Whereas logging onto their Wi-Fi network, which you know is shitty, and trying to watch a movie that's going to get lagged and have issues, and the quality is not going to be good. So that's definitely one of the reasons why I've abandoned digital media. I mean, I don't mind streaming services, but you know, you have your streaming services, whatever you guys have, you know, in your home. If you got a good Wi-Fi setup and things, it goes pretty much smoothly. You know, even though you got multiple people streaming things or doing things like that. Whereas if you go to
Willie, it was One-Eyed Willie, V-Star.
Whereas it was One-Eyed Willie. But when you have a streaming service and you're going to a hotel and they have the Wi-Fi and you want to watch the movie, the quality is usually shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I understood the concept of it, but I'm just like, you know what? If I want to really watch the movie while I'm out there, I'll just take the fucking movie with me. But even with our streaming services, that's where it is. Like I said, you have good content when you're at home most of the time. But if you go to out of area places, and you know, you see this all the time, you know, you're either not going to have Wi-Fi or you're going to have a shared Wi-Fi. And if you're trying to watch something that's audio video, which uses UDP instead of TCP, because the reason of UDP is to fire and forget. It's a straight stream. So you got to remember too, when you're streaming the movie, you're streaming the audio and the video.
Right.
It's been a while since I said UDP. I'll be right back. I got to
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here. And don't worry about it. V-Star happens all the time. We're human and we make mistakes, believe it or not.
You know, that is quite obviously an adult joke, One-Eyed Willie.
Yes.
That was missed on a lot of folks.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know, I know NB walked away for a sec, but he and I had a conversation about this one time. It was probably on your channel, Cap. We probably had it too, about the Goonies and how the octopus scene was not in the theater originally. And at the end of the movie, when they're like, well, what happened to you guys? And Data says, oh, and there was this big octopus. And we all thought that he was just bigging up their adventure, which why would you do that? It was a hell of an adventure. And we were like, why did he say that? And then you come to see the full movie that has the scene in it, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's on my Blu. I don't know if it's I think it's on my Blu-ray now. Yeah, it made sense. And he said the John. I think as kids sometimes it kind of went over our heads, but as adults we're like, I don't remember seeing an octopus.
Right. And then in the release version, in the Blu-ray version, yeah, they have, I guess, the director's cut or whatnot, where that scene is put back in the movie. And I was like, oh, he wasn't just bigging it up. It did actually happen. But when I saw it in the theater, they cut that scene out completely. And when he talked about the octopus, I was like, don't be such a brat.
One of the things that I found very disheartening is they built that ship and they tried to, lease it out or sell it out to, maybe like a museum or something, and nobody wanted it. So unfortunately, it got dismantled. And I think that's one of the biggest heartbreaks of that movie, because I think that would have been a great thing, because if you had put that in a theme park, I mean, how many of us as kids wouldn't have loved to go through Captain One-Eyed Willie's, ship?
Oh, I still remember the parks that were like, it wasn't like, King's Dominion or Six Flags, but they had these, smaller kind of theme parks back in the day, in the 70s, 80s. I remember one that had a pirate ship on it with, those nets that you could crawl up, going up the, back when playground equipment was terribly dangerous, and we never got hurt on it. But, I remember that very well. We had a lot of fun. I can't remember where it was, somewhere in Maryland, I think. But, yeah. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, that would have been fantastic. You said like about dismantling it, the tragedy of it, and I'm thinking the same thing. The first place I went, of course, was Bridge of the Enterprise D. Having to rip that thing apart.
Oh,
put it in prop store, all that stuff. It's like, man, you know what? I guarantee you could find somebody who would rent out a giant, hangar or something and just keep it for you. And let them use it, let them play, because everybody builds their own. Look at all the fan films, and some of them are really nice, and they rent them out for people to use.
Yeah,
when they're not.
What's that one who did the fan films that did basically the 5th season before Kirk becomes Admiral? What was the name of that one?
Oh God, I don't know, man. There's so many. Is it? Jeez, I couldn't name. I can name like a billion of them, but I don't know which one that is.
Let me check. I think
Is it episodic? Is it a series, or is it just one film?
There were 11.
Yeah,
there were 11 episodes. I cannot think of the name for the life of me right now. Star Trek continues.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, because there's continues. There's Starship Farragut. There's the Avalons. Man, there's just a million of them out there, and I gotta tell you, most of them are good. If you're not looking for like Siskel and Ebert shit, if you like Star Trek, most of them are pretty good. Just accept what the limitations are of it. It's not going to blow it. Some of them actually will blow your mind with CGI and stuff. But some of the writing's actually pretty good.
Well, look at Prelude to Axanar.
Yeah, sure.
That's more popular than that was more popular than probably the last 4 series they have. I mean, what do they have? 4 series now? What is it? Prodigy, Discovery, Picard, and Lower Decks.
Yes. Well,
what's
you
guys
know that I know.
Prodigy?
Oh, Star Wars. Oh, I thought it was Star Trek.
Well, it's in the name, but if you watch it, it's Star Wars. There's no,
if you watch
J.J.
Abrams Star Trek, it's basically, I mean, the guy sent up the biggest red flag to every geek. Goes, I never really understood Star Trek. I always liked Star Wars more. And I'm just like, oh, we're fucked. I literally said that. I'm like, we are fucked.
Mm.
And then he took over Star Wars and fucking bastardized that. I like this meme I saw earlier today. It was like, Episode 7, they killed Han. Episode 8, they killed Luke. Episode 9, they killed Leia. I'm like, yeah, that about sums it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You killed our childhood heroes and you didn't even give them a dignified death. Any of them.
No. That was, that's I'll say it. That Star Wars is gone. That's dead to me. The old stuff isn't. Just like Star Trek, the old stuff remains. I listen to it and watch it every day, but the new stuff just disinterests me.
Well, it's like
I know a lot of people love it, and they can, and that's great. I'm glad they love it. I'm glad they get some. I hope they get as much from it as I get from rewatching old Star Trek and real Star Trek. But hooray for them. I don't like it.
Yeah, I had an airman, believe he was a staff sergeant, and he says, "You're a Star Trek fan, right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm a huge Star Trek fan." He goes, I really love Discovery. And what I did was I said, okay, tell me what you like about the show. And he went into about a 10-minute talk about what he liked about the show. And I said, okay. He goes, what do you think of it? I said, well, I'm going to basically put it to you this way. And I asked the question, I said, have you seen any of the other Star Treks, like the original and stuff? He goes, no, I never have it. And I said, if you really like this, you're going to find that boring just because it's not the same thing. They would find episodes like Data's Day boring, which I think is one of the they would find In the Pale Moonlight boring,
right? Because it's intellectual. It's not super action hero story. It's a story. It's writing.
Yeah, exactly. You know? And that's what I told the guy. He goes, "You really think so?" I said, "Based on what you said, yeah." I said because I said, "Do you want to hear?" And I said, "Okay. Do you want to hear why I don't like Discovery?" And I didn't jump his ass or anything or give him shit like people do. I just told him why I didn't like it. You know, it was the same thing I went through when the prequels came out, and I still am a huge fan of them. And people are like, how can you like these? I'm like, do you really want to hear why I like them? And usually the conversation would go very well. And they'd be like, I still don't like him, but I see your point of view. And I'm like, that's all I'm asking. That's all I want you to do. You know, I respect your point of view. You don't have to like them. I just do.
And the same thing is with the, I find that with TOS, a lot of people that, and I admit that I grew up watching TOS like everybody else, and then Next Generation came up, and I had the same visceral reaction as everybody else. Where's Captain Kirk? What the hell is this? Why does the ship look weird? Who's this bald guy? And then instantly fell in love with it. And then when Deep Space Nine came out, same thing. I was like, oh, God, a space station? You got to be kidding me. And fell in love with it.
Well, the thing with that was I didn't mind the space station because I believe Babylon 5 had already come out.
Right.
And
yeah, but I was like, how could this be Star Trek? And it sure as hell was, wasn't it, man? Even and you know what? Voyager gets a bad rap. I know people don't like it. I like Voyager. Okay, it grows on you. If you Enterprise, yeah, it grew on me. I that's my least favorite one, but it grew on me enough to the point where I'll watch them and rewatch them still. But that's where it stops, man. That's it. I mean that Abrams movie kind of. I wanted so badly to like it. I tried to convince myself that I liked it. I was like, oh, this is an interesting new direction. I was fooling myself. I just can't like it. I just don't. I've watched it, I don't know, 10 times, and I'm like, there's got to be something about this I like, and I just don't. Well, it's not bad, I guess. I just don't like it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, what I was saying is I did this. Okay, I was massively disappointed with The Force Awakens. Yeah. So when I went into Last Jedi, I actually came out of the theater, got in my car, and did a real quick, and I don't do these anymore, but I did a real quick Facebook live stream. And I was hyping the movie up, talking about how good it was and how different it was. And as I slowly, over time, thought about the movie more and saw it again, I was like, yeah, that video, and I'll be the first one to admit that video will not age well because I can't stand the fucking Last Jedi. The only thing I hate worse than The Last Jedi is The Rise of Skywalker. And here's the thing.
Just a point of order. DS9 premiered a year before Babylon 5.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Not that it matters.
No, I just
it's not that I hate space stations either. I mean, good point. I didn't know either.
And just, the whole thing was I called it way back in The Force Awakens. And some people don't believe me, but I'm like, no, I called it. I called it all the way back. I said the reason why Rey doesn't have a last name is because she is going to take the name Skywalker. Which I wouldn't have minded because I said, hey, if she wants to take the mantle and that title and use it as more of a title like, Sith or Jedi, okay, that I can understand. But the ending is so terrible because, quite frankly, the whole trilogy only takes place over just a year, barely over a year. And it's like, sorry, I don't see the connection. I don't see when Luke and Rey are interacting with each other. You don't see that like you did with Luke and Obi-Wan or Luke and Yoda.
It's a story trope. It's a writing trick. The rebirth. When the story changes for the protagonist.
Well, one of the things was it always I had to actually talk to people. I said, why was Luke so devastated by Obi-Wan's death? I hadn't known him that long, and then you kind of realize, I had to get this explained to me a little bit later, and I agree with it. Is whereas his uncle Owen and Aunt Beru were more or less trying to hold him back, this was really the one person that he met who told him he had some potential. And that's big for a young man to have something like that. That's big for us to have. And, I was like, oh, shit, that makes sense now. Thank you. Whereas Rey, what did she need Luke for? She was already basically considered. I mean, she took out. Okay, let's take it this way. Let's look at it this way. The first movie, the original, Obi-Wan dies by the hands of Darth Vader. Second movie, Luke loses his hand and his lightsaber. What fight anywhere did Rey lose?
The fight to be our favorite character?
And let's go back to the prequels. You have Qui-Gon Jinn die at the hands of Darth Maul. You have in Attack of the Clones, Anakin losing his hand or part of his arm, I guess, wherever you want to put that at, to Count Dooku, and Obi-Wan even lost to Count Dooku. It took Yoda to come in, and it was almost a stalemate. Then you get into episode 3. Anakin loses to Obi-Wan, not because he's more powerful. Obi-Wan's more powerful. It's the arrogance of a young Anakin or young Darth Vader now. And that's why the fight scene is so much different in the next movie when you get to New Hope, because he knows he's lost to this person before. He knows what can happen if he does this. And you have Palpatine and Yoda fighting basically, and Yoda saying, failed, I have. And it's like, there was a point of failure. And I know that's where, I guess, dipshit Rune Johnson was trying to go with, but he fucked it up. And he admitted he wants to make movies that half the audience likes and half the audience hates. I'm sorry, but that's a bad marketing ploy.
He did say that. And that is his marketing ploy.
Now, here's the thing. I didn't so much mind Rey winning the first battle. I didn't, that wasn't my worst thing, but she should never have been able to win the second battle. Because I thought that would have been, we talked about this on some other channels I've been on years ago. And it was like, wouldn't it be interesting if they get into it and this time he's not holding back? Because you got to remember, Kylo was shot in the fucking stomach by Chewbacca's blaster. And then when I heard people say, what was his name? The one character, Finn. And they're like, he's almost on the same foot as Kylo Ren. I'm like, no, he's not. He's fucking toying with him. And once he accidentally got hit, he realized he kicked his fucking ass. And he's hitting himself on the side to increase his anger. So I was like, I'm sorry, but you're missing the point here. And then in The Last Jedi, what should have happened, because let's be honest, Rey won every fucking fight she was in. She never lost. So if that's not a Mary Sue, I don't know what the fuck is.
There's an interesting thing about him hating himself that was delved into about historical battles, which is when there were uh, several ideas behind that. One of which being, as you said, increasing his anger. The other one being to in a historical battle is to look threatening, beating your chest. And the other one, which I found interesting, was it's the same thing as when you're injured, like a quell or something like that. You're injured and you're hitting yourself somewhere else. It's the same thing we did as medics on the wrist. Somebody's in pain somewhere on their leg, you can rub them on the wrist or the sternum, and that will take the sensation away a little bit. So that's one of the.
Oh, that is no. Hell to the fuck no. Ray ain't no fucking Ripley.
What? Oh no. No, I see what you're talking about there. Nuh-uh. I think that was a joke.
Oh, I know it was a joke. No, I know it was a joke. He's trying to trigger everybody. Ray Skywalker, and he goes, "I can do one better. Ray is the new Ripley."
Oh, that worked. That worked.
What's next, Random Menace? Ray is the new Sarah Connor.
You could have made it worse. You could have said Ray is the new Vasquez.
Oh God, no. I still want to get. I have a Ripley from Aliens. I would love to get Vasquez and Bishop and Hudson and Hicks and the Sarge.
Assholes and elbows.
Hey, you'd be amazed how many times I heard that in my life. All right, ladies, you know the man. You heard the man. You know the drill. Assholes and elbows. Hudson, get him. Hicks,
get him.
Get over here. It's even funnier.
Hudson was totally his bitch. Get on the ready line, Marines. Hudson. Hudson's always in trouble. He's a wise ass. What a great character he was too.
Vasquez would mean like, how many combat drops have you done? 35 simulated. How many combat?
How many?
Including this one, and then you get this scene with Sarge. Somebody wake up Hicks.
Yeah, man.
Game over, man. Game over. I love the fact that he
ad-libbed. Yeah.
I've always loved the fact I've got to get
the most iconic. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead first.
I was just sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but the most iconic utterance in like that franchise, if not much of science fiction. Game over, man. Game over.
Well, I remember playing one of the games. It was an Aliens game sometime. I don't remember what platform. And if you died, the end of it would be game over, man.
Love it.
But, I got to give Bill Paxton respect because he's the only character who's actually been killed by a Terminator, a Predator, and an alien.
Yep. I think one of my favorite scenes. It's almost ironic, because he turns into Jello, when the shit hits the fan. Is when the drop ship crashes, and he gets up out of the wreckage and he looks around. Just the look on his face, he was just like, "You've got to be kidding me!" It's just brilliant.
You've got to be fucking me. I don't know if you're up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked. I think they really let him have some range with that.
That was just. I got to admit, man, the first time I saw that movie, I'm not afraid of the dark, man, but I looked around corners. That was some scary shit.
Oh no! First time I saw.
I meant Alien, not Aliens. I'm sorry. I was old enough when Aliens came out.
When I saw Aliens, I'll never forget this. I was living in Illinois with my father, and we all were watching Aliens, and I think I was, 9, 10 years old. And I remember freaking out at night, and my grandmother got up, and I freaked out because I thought it was an alien. It's because I had that movie so fresh in my head.
Well, that's the thing about the interesting part about the human psyche in the dark and not feeling secure in your surroundings. You know, that looking around the corner, like I said, as a little kid. After, I don't know, I guess my babysitter must have. I don't know how the hell I saw Alien at that age. It wasn't in a theater.
No,
so it must have been on a videotape or something.
Yeah, that's what I saw it on VHS because...
And it scared the hell out of me.
I prefer the director's cut. I prefer the director's cut is... Oh, Dave, I just want to say this real quick. One of the reasons I prefer the director's cut because it puts in the perspective of Ripley having a daughter who's passed away, and that actually adds to the weight of her wanting to protect Newt.
Yeah.
She's woken up, lost her daughter. Newt's lost her brother and her mother and father.
And also in the director's cut, the commander of LV-426 is the captain of Red Dwarf.
I don't know much about Red Dwarf, so I didn't know that.
I'm just letting you know. He is.
Oh, okay. British comedy is lost to me. I don't do well with it.
I guess you all heard that the BBC lost the rights to Doctor Who after the 14th season or something like that.
No, I did not.
Yeah. No. BBC lost the rights, the artistic rights, anyway, to Doctor Who. And Bad Wolf Productions is the one that Russell Davies is part of that's taking over. He of course took over in 2005. When the new Doctor Who came out, which is good. He's taking back over. However, the artistic rights are kind of in limbo as Bad Wolf Productions is rumored to be being acquired by Sony.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know how much they're going to mess with the artistic stuff with it, but at least it ain't Disney.
True.
Oh yeah, this must have just came out. Yeah, BBC has lost creative control of Doctor Who for season 14.
Yep.
Okay, Russell T. Davies.
And beyond, and forever, after season 14.
Does that mean they can't show any of the original content either?
I don't think so, but what it means is they've lost any revenue that comes from anything, commercial revenue that comes from it, which it doesn't seem to make sense why they would do that.
Well, this is a pretty long. Well, maybe they'll get a better budget. You know, if Sony takes, I mean, if you think about it, if Sony takes over, I mean, because remember how the BBC works, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of similar to PBS where, you know, we pay in taxes for that, where I believe over there they pay for a license to.
That's right. That's
right. And without that show, they're going to be fucked.
Well, here's what's interesting is you pay for a license, but you also see commercials on it too. And they're going to be losing that revenue as well.
So losing. Ooh. Let's see, what does it say? The Times reports, seems over-clerical, however, BBC finances are under significant strain with the conservative government continuing to place pressure on the main source of income, the TV license fee. Now, folks, for anybody who doesn't know, do not confuse American conservatism with European conservatism.
Totally different.
They are completely different. Our views on liberalism and conservatism are different. We have different types of that. There's no way the BBC can produce Doctor Who to the quality level they hope for without signing some sort of co-production deal. What's more, international distribution and merchandise sales are virtually important to in many science fiction franchises. So losing these would be a critical blow. So they're going to lose the merchandise rights. Critical blow to another BBC revenue stream. And all the figures involved with Bad Wolf are experienced producers who have worked on Doctor Who before with original Davis era aging surprisingly well. And then it goes on and on and on. But I mean, that's the point. The key part right there, you're not just talking about losing the franchise and the streaming, you're, to produce the show, you're losing the advertisement that comes with it. And now you don't have the merchandise right. I mean, talk about a trifecta blow there.
Well, yeah, it's their own fault.
That couldn't happen to a nicer group of people.
No shit.
So it doesn't say where. It just says, I think it just says Bad Robot.
Bad Wolf.
The Times reports this could mean BBC will lose up to 40 billion euros or pounds. I don't know if they use pounds or euros. I think they use
pounds.
Yeah, still pounds.
Sterling.
In commercial revenue for every 10 episodes. You guys are fucked. And you did it to yourself.
I'm excited, actually. I think that there can't be a better move at this point, really.
Well, the only thing I didn't see is where Bad Robot plans on putting the show.
Bad Wolf.
Bad Wolf.
Bad Wolf. Oh, I kept saying Bad Robot. My bad. Oh, Bad Wolf. Now that makes much better sense.
Yeah, Bad Robot would have. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry about that. I misheard you when you said. I'm sorry, Bad Wolf, Bad Robot. Yeah. Sorry, when you said bad, and I thought you just meant robot because I'm thinking of jargon shit.
That would be no, that would be a bad move.
Bad move. Bad Wolf, Bad Robot.
According to the Times, Bad Wolf is responsible for the creative direction and production, while the BBC retains international sales.
Oh, okay. So, but they're not doing anything artistic, which is why I'm very happy about that. Because as far as I'm concerned, they just threw it away long ago.
Well, this must be, like I said, I went to Screen Rant, and that dropped like 12 hours ago. So this must have been a very recent thing.
Oh, I just saw it this morning. I don't even know how I came across that. It's just one of those things.
And it happened to a nicer company. Yeah, what do you expect, guys? You screwed up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like these idiots. It's like the review I did on Why the Last Man. I only saw the first episode. A comic I fucking love with an actual interesting concept to it. But because you basically had two people on the planet who survived with a Y chromosome. Everything else is female. And it was a really interesting concept. York was an interesting character. And the only other person is his monkey, Ampersand. And about the only thing they managed to do right was the fucking monkey.
Ampersand? His name is an Ampersand?
Yeah, his name is Ampersand. And it ran
Great.
through one of DC's I can't think. Vertigo. It ran through Vertigo, which basically allowed these people to allow these writers to keep creative control of their characters and their stories. That was one of the big things about Vertigo. That's why you had Sandman, 100 Bullets. I mean, it's really some of the best comics I was reading back in 2011 through now were from them because it was a great concept. You had a comic that had a story that actually ended. You didn't just keep rebooting it, and re-fucking booting it. And then they went in and did Why the Last Man. And you have the, I guess, producer, director, show owner, whatever the fuck it is.
Right.
Being like, I don't understand why the show got canceled. We have such a diverse cast. We have all these women working. I'm like, what? And your show was canceled before it finished its first season. Why? because your product was shit and nobody wanted it because you did exactly what I always say. You hire for merit and talent, you'll get diversity. You hire for diversity, you do not guarantee talent. And, you know, now she's all butthurt about that fact that her show got canceled. She's like, I put my heart and soul in. What do you think? You're special? George Lucas put his heart and soul into Star Wars. Spielberg put his heart and soul into E.T. and freaking Indiana Jones. And guess what? Those were IPs we all love. You made a show because you wanted to push an agenda. And they even said, well, what we wanted to do is the comic is a little outdated. And we wanted to have transgenders in there. And, you know, so Yorick isn't going to need his mask because, you know, they'll just assume he's transgender. I'm like, that's not how the comic was played out. Oh, we lost Captain.
Yeah. I see. Oh, man. So Joseph says humanity is lost. Apple is selling a cleaning cloth for iPhone screens for $19 US, and it's sold out. Well, Joseph, that's because regular microfiber cloths are not compatible with Apple.
Oh, Yvette says that this is incorrect, but she'll have to talk to us about it tomorrow. I'm just going off. I was just going off of what Dave said, and that was the first thing that popped up. Yeah, and I don't like Screen Rant myself.
And Yvette, the article I read was not referenced to or from Screen Rant. It was completely different. I don't even. This is the first I've heard of Screen Rant. I'm not much of a film person.
I don't like Screen Rant personally myself.
I assume it's a critic site or something.
I don't remember anymore. I rarely ever go there.
It was on something else like Entertainment Weekly or one of the other ones. So I don't know what the true source is, Yvette. So we'll wait and listen to what you have to say about it. Just saying what I heard on the internet.
Oh, you know you can trust anything on the internet, right?
Yeah, I know.
And everything Bird of Prey 5 says is gospel. It must be taken as pure truth and fact. I just want to see if he was listening.
Listen, I mean, it's fine. It's nothing to debate.
Well, you've been quiet, Bird. What's going on? I'm
reading something that's probably fake on Twitter.
No! Say it ain't so. This weekend, I do want to go see Dune in the theater. I thought it was great on HBO Max. I actually want to hear the score and the surround sound.
Hey, can I watch Dune on HBO Max with a trial, or do I have to like buy the real package?
That I don't know. My HBO Max is tied to my Disney Cinemax Showtime Hulu bundle.
Oh.
So
because I read that it said that you can see Dune on HBO Max, but the version that is not only the ad-free version is what they said.
Huh.
So I assume that means you have to actually sign up for real and not do just the trial or something. I don't know. I'll check it out because I really want to see it. I'm a big Dune fan, and that's one thing I love about this is everybody seems to pretty much agree this is a great movie. Even the bad things I've heard about it, people have said I didn't like this. However, don't let that change the fact that it's a great movie. I find that pretty interesting and unique, especially around now when, you know, most people either love a movie or hate a movie, and nobody's really on the edge about this. They're kind of like, yeah, it's good.
This is the kind of script Oscar Isaac should have got, for like Star Wars or something, you know, that kind of way he could have played that character, or like he did in Deus Machina. He was very, very good as Leto Atreides. I mean, I loved it when, I mean, I was getting chills when it was like, damn the spice, run!
Yeah.
And then a classical reference where you know, they're having that fight scene, Mayor Dabber, Chipper, and Break.
Yeah, Mayor Dagger. Yeah, what did you say? He said Mayor Dagger, Chip and Shatter, and then what was the other one? I'm gonna bathe this blade with your blood.
I don't remember that was in my only issue, because I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the characters, except for one, and that's Joey Saldana, because she literally. You know, some people go back and say Kristen Stewart, she has resting bitch face. I'm sorry, but I go all the way back to Angelina Jolie. She just always looks like she's got resting bitch face on all the time. That's one of the reasons I've never found Angelina Jolie attractive. I don't really care for her movies.
You know what? I have to agree with that. I do. I totally agree. I don't see her as a sex symbol at all. And I don't think she's all that. I don't know. She's not ugly. She's not appealing to me in the way that she is to. I guess I'm older. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like I said, but Jason Momoa, who played my favorite character in the book, Duncan Idaho,
yeah,
I thought did a great job. There's, you know, I know you know what happens to his character, but the salute he gave to Paul Atreides. Before he had to go do what he had to do, knowing what the outcome was going to be, was just like, I had to pause the movie on my HBO Max. Like, I need a minute. Josh Brolin did Gurney Alec very, very well.
Yeah.
Oscar Isaac did Leto Atreides. And I'm going to be honest, the I don't know the name of the guy who played Paul Atreides. I'd have to look it up. But he is no soy boy.
Oh, hell no. Dude, they shot in the desert for fucking real, man. That's no bullshit.
Good morning, Cam.
Well, the thing is, you have Jason Momoa, who is a very big guy. Josh Brolin, who's a really big guy, and then Paul Atreides is talking to Duncan Idaho, and he's like, "Have you put on some muscle? Oh, you think so? No." He's just making a joke, but the point is, he's not a big guy, because Paul Atreides was never a big guy. He's always been a long, kind of lanky looking guy.
Yeah.
But he knows how to fight. I mean, he's been trained by Gurney Alec, and he's been trained by Duncan Idaho. And I did get into a conversation with someone about, I don't understand why they hyped up so much. And I don't know if that was the right word, but you see Duncan Idaho and Paul Atreides, always showing, just like a love, and they love each other, and they feel family. Whereas Gurney Alec is more of a mentor. And I said, well, the thing is, think of Duncan Idaho as like his best friend or surrogate brother, whereas you take Gurney Alec, he's more
man at arms,
kind of strong uncle some of us have had.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
And I said that's how he viewed them differently. He didn't see, because they were like, why wasn't he so much friends with Gurney Alec? I'm like, because Gurney Alec is not like Duncan Idaho. Duncan Idaho has more of a casual, nice, fun perspective. He takes his shit seriously, but he's got humor. He's got that kind of thing. Whereas Gurney Alec, he's a very serious, straightforward guy. Where, for example, in the movie, Gurney Alec is going to Arrakis, and Duncan Idaho's going to Arrakis, and Gurney Alec is doing the training with Paul Atreides. And it's a very well done scene, but you see this fight going on, and Paul Atreides goes, I guess I'm not in the mood. And Gurney's like, what does being in the mood have to do with it? And I was like, that's Gurney Alec.
Yeah. Mood is a thing for kettle and women. Mood is not a thing for fighting.
I thought the scene with the Bene Gesserit. Was she the mother? Not the mother, not Jessica, but
the Reverend Mother.
Thank you, the Reverend Mother. I actually liked how they did the scene with him in his hand. The only thing I was disappointed is they didn't put in "No woman has ever survived this much."
Yeah, I heard you mention that. I think that omitting that is not a story killer, really. I mean, you have to remember of what's going on in entertainment now, and we're all attuned to it, so we'd pick up on that a lot more.
Oh yeah,
so I don't think it really affects the story itself. I mean,
it doesn't kill the movie at all. It's just the scene was actually very well done. Very well done. I actually enjoyed it very much.
But I remember when you mentioned that at NB, I remember when you mentioned that, and I remember thinking a lot about that, and because it was poignant about, because as you'd mentioned before about the Bene Gesserit and how he was the only boy, born into with the powers. She was supposed to have a daughter.
And the Reverend Mother says that.
Right, and so it does have something. It does have something to do with the story, indeed. But the omission of that, I don't necessarily, whether it was a political omission or they just thought it wasn't important. I don't think it matters.
No, it does not change the. It does not change the weight of the movie. One of the best scenes was Oscar Isaac as Leto Atreides, and he's talking with Jessica, and there's a scene where he's like, "I should have married you," and I'm like, "Damn, thank you for putting that in."
Yeah,
because these characters really have some weight behind them, and it's a good story. And yes, there are omissions from it that I would have liked to have seen in, but like I said, I don't think it changes the story overall. I agree with you, Dave G. Sands. I would have preferred it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's a nonsensical to the movie. The scenes with Baron von Harken, when he rises, it is menacing. It's not made up as a joke or anything like that. When he rises and floats,
I've seen footage of that from the trailer, and yeah, I agree, man. I haven't seen the movie, but they did that pretty good.
And I didn't realize it until later because of the makeup. That was Skarsgård. I was like, man, you did Harken justice there, buddy.
It's an interesting comparison about how they changed the Harkonnen. They changed them up from from being like smelly, bulbous, disgusting. They've gone through so many visual iterations every time they do a Dune thing. It's pretty interesting the way that they're changed so much. But from what I saw from the trailer, it looked good. Yeah, it looked menacing. I can't wait to see this thing, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen, and I'll do reviews on things like low budget movies that are on Netflix and stuff. Like I did one for a classical horror story. It's Italian, and I thought it was actually spine tingling good. Had kind of a 60s, 70s vibe to it, even though it was set in modern time. This is really the first big budget movie I've seen outside of, say, comics. And I don't want to call this a reboot because I've seen the original Dune. I've seen the sci-fi one miniseries they did. I don't see this as a reboot to it. This is its own entity and is about as close to the book as I have seen.
Yeah, the sci-fi miniseries was a lot closer to the book than the movie, the '84 movie. But it also had some major omissions. I don't know. I really can't wait to see the new one because God, the books, Captain. We talked about the books and how you would need to go to the Dune library, located on what was Caladan, and read all 5 volumes of the Dune glossary in order to get started.
Well, the nice thing in this movie too is one. Oh my God, you're gonna love the ships, Dave G. Sound.
Yeah.
I think you're going to love the ships.
Well, I've seen the orthopters already. They look cool.
Yes, they do.
The ones in the sci-fi version looked more realistic in a way. You know, they looked like VTOL kind of aircraft. But these ones, man, they really look. They almost look. You remember? Well, I don't know if you ever saw Lex, but remember the bug that they flew around in their shuttle?
Yes,
It looked kind of. It reminds me of that. The little brrr, the flapping wings. It's great.
Yeah, it is great. And one of the nice things too is, unlike in the '84 movie where they're, it's heavily dialogued in for the first like 20 minutes of the movie, whereas in this one you get a little bit of dialogue from Zoe Saldana, but it's actually decent dialogue. And then when you see where the Harkins are from and where the Atreides are from, they don't go into all those details. They just say, "Hey, Caladan, home of House Atreides." I can't remember the Harkonnen planet. You're gonna have to help me out there.
I don't remember.
And it would be like home of the
planet Harkonnen.
And they did a good job. I mean, one of the things I thought was really beautiful, and this is coming from somebody who spent a lot of time in deserts. I thought the desert, watching the sand go and just watching it kind of dance along in the air and everything, I was just like, this is just visually gorgeous.
Katie Prime, thank you, Frog G.
Why did I know? If he was there, he would know it.
Thank you, Frog G. That's why we love you. It really felt, the sci-fi one was fine. I don't really care for the '84 movie, but the reason why is because you tried to cram too much into a 2-hour movie, and there's just too much. You can't do it. You can't take the Book of Dune and just plug it into a 2-hour movie. It just doesn't work. Yeah. And you have to cut so many things out, so many important factors, so many things that, will grab you with the characters. But this movie, I felt, did a fantastic job with its first part.
I'll have to see it.
Yeah, I thought it was. Have you read Dune, Captain Trek?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Even if you haven't read it, you're probably going to enjoy it. Whereas in the '84 movie, there was very beginning was heavy dialogue. This movie kind of throws you right into it. There is some narration that, of course, goes on in the beginning to kind of give you an idea of the worlds that are inhabited and how spice is so important, because the only way you can get from one part of space to another, and I always thought this was an interesting idea, Dave G. Sound, is the whole point of spice is it is used to fold space, but it is also used as a narcotic, a hallucinogen, and many other things.
Well, the folding space is to do with the navigators having evolved on the spice, allowing their minds to open up so much to where, so it's the psychedelic effect that they're inhaling the spice almost constantly in their tanks, and that they can, like, seriously, like, go, the ultimate hippie. They can actually manipulate the ether or whatnot and fold space. It's and it is used as a narcotic, obviously. Baron likes it a lot, but the main thing obviously is the two things with the spice are is commerce, intergalactic commerce, and which for the navigators, well, that's really the main thing. And then the other thing is how it affects the effect between Paul, the worms, the whole prophecy. Oh my God, it's such a damn deep book. Have you ever seen Jodorowsky's Dune?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, it was a movie that was never made. I shall read you the back of the disc. It's not in English, though. In 1975, director Alejandro. I need some light here. Director Alejandro Jodorowsky began work on his most ambitious project yet. Starring his own 12-year-old son alongside Orson Welles, Mick Jagger, David Carradine, and Salvador Dali, featuring music by Pink Floyd and art by some of the most provocative talents of the area, including H.R. Geiger and Jean Mobius Giraud. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Jodorowsky's adaptation of the classic sci-fi novel Dune was poised to change cinema forever. It didn't happen, obviously. It's the greatest movie never made. So this is a documentary with interviews and pictures and artwork of this vision of a visionary book, a visionary vision of a visionary book. I'm saying that. It's not on the back of the DVD. But it is subtitled in English. It is not in English. It's in French. But I swear to God, just from the artwork alone. Here, look. I don't think they can copyright strike me if I show you the cover of a DVD. Can they?
No.
All right, let me show it to you. So that's what the DVD looks like, and that's some of the artwork on it.
Huh.
So you can see how the ships are very different and everything. Here, let me flip it over. There's some more artwork on the back here. And as you can see on the far right, that's obviously Geiger artwork.
Can you turn it the other way? It's upside down.
Sorry.
No problem.
Try to get my shadow out of the way here. There you go. So.
Oh, is that supposed to be Baron von Harken there?
So no, on the right hand side, what that actually is that is where you would dock. So they explain it in this weird thing. So that was a giant building, and the spaceship would come up, and the mouth would open, and a tongue would come out, and the tongue would be the landing pad.
Oh.
And then it would actually kind of like eat the ship as a kind of a visual, I'm better than you thing. And they had all these arrangements of showing all the Harkonnen's weird machinations and things like. Anyway, it's a different visualization of the way that they imagined Dune. And it is in French, so you have to watch it to read the subtitles. But it's this.
By the way, hello, Darius. Good to see you, buddy.
It's worth seeing if you like Dune.
Well, like I said, when I pointed out that this was the adaptation I think we've been waiting for, I really feel that way. Generally, and it's interesting because you have. Because none of us give shit what critics think, because they're full of shit half the time. But when you have the regular community, whether you're a Dune fan or not, enjoying this, that means you made a movie for everybody to watch, whether you've read Dune, whether you haven't read Dune. I mean, I would compare it to I didn't read Harry Potter. I'd read Dune before, but I had never read Harry Potter. I didn't start reading Harry Potter until I think the 6th or 7th movie, and I didn't watch it because I thought it was a kids show, and people are like, no, dude, you're wrong. And I'm like, okay. And I started watching the movies, and I ended up buying all the books and knowing the outcome of the last book before the movie came. The last 2 movies came out.
I never read the Harry Potter books, but I did watch the movies, and I have to admit I enjoyed them. Sorry.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I mean, I'm not all. See, that's not my thing at all. Wizarding and stuff, and I had the same reaction as you. My girlfriend at the time was really reading the books and was like, "Oh, I think you'd love this," and I'm like, "Come on." It's a kid's story the size of a phone book, and when I saw the movie, I was like, I kind of get why you like this, but I still don't want to read it, though.
No, that's understandable. But like I said, that's the nice thing about it is when you can make a movie that's based on a book. Okay, for example, I'll give you one. Well, no, I'm not going to use that as an example. Never mind. I was going to say Ready Player One.
Yeah, I know that.
But I love the book, read the book. My wife and I both loved it. The movie was good, and my kids love it. And I don't hate the movie. I have nothing really against the movie except for you try to cram too much into a 2-hour movie on a 500-page book, and you had to cut out so many things that were really the best parts of the book. They focused a little too much on the visual stylization of it and not so much the substance of the book itself and many of the way the games were played. And, you know, my wife and I, when we were watching, the kids loved it. We thought it was good, but it was like, damn, if I hadn't read the book, I would have probably absolutely loved the movie.
Okay.
The problem is I had read the book and I was, you know, like, it's not a bad movie. I don't hate it, but there were just so many things left out. I felt kind of, just like, I wish there were certain parts, and obviously certain visuals they did, like they did the thing with The Shining, whereas in the book, they don't have to get those licensing rights. So of course, in this movie, you got to get the licensing rights and stuff for things. So the scene where you have The Shining is actually not even in the book.
Uh-huh.
And, like I said, there's just a lot more story that I felt, unfortunately, for a 2-hour movie, just too much was cut on the word. I would have rather the movie been broken up into 2 parts or made into like a Netflix 8-episode series.
Yeah, but remember what happened before the second Dune was confirmed? Everybody was up in arms. They're like, hey, you just cut off in the middle of the movie. What happens when J.J. Abrams is given the second one and ruins it? And obviously that didn't happen. But everybody was kind of like, hey, that was cool, but you just left it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened in, I think that was the biggest complaint is some people thought it cut off maybe 20 minutes later than it should have. I don't feel that way about it. But I'll be the first one to admit, I got kind of, I had never read Lord of the Rings before I saw the movie, and I just saw the movie cut off and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, me too. Cause it's going on. You can tell you're in the middle of the story. There was no resolution to anything, and the movie stops, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. So wait a year for the next one, huh? Or read the book again.
Well, I had to have people tell me it was a trilogy. See, sword and sorcery is not really my flavor of books I like to read. I've never been a sword and sorcery fan. I've always gone with more space operas and things like that. So I've read the books. I've read The Hobbit. I still don't know how the hell they managed to take a 200-page book and turn it into 3 fucking movies that were shit.
No, that was all filler, man. That was total bullshit. Well, the original Hobbit was what, a couple hundred pages at tops?
About 200 pages.
Yeah, I mean, it was all filler, and that singing was awful, and the stupid barrels with the dumb CGI water, and the dragon that had absolutely no motivation whatsoever. I don't know, man.
Well, it's like I said, when I found out Hobbit was going to be a trilogy, I was like, it's a 200-page book.
Yeah.
You can do a 200-page book in a couple of hours. I mean, if you really wanted to do it, you could do 2 1.5-hour movies maybe, but not 3 movies.
They could have taken the old animated one and just made it live action and made it a movie with modern cinematography and stuff. Keep it the same, film it in New Zealand, just follow it frame for frame, man. You got a movie. It's done.
Oh yeah, that's all they had to do. They just needed to take the reins from the animated movie and turn it into a live action, and it would have worked so much better.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 movies, it was just so drawn out, and they added stuff in that just didn't exist.
Oh, they brought characters in that weren't even in the book.
Right. That's what I meant. Of course, none of it existed. But yeah, that's what I mean. They brought in extra characters and storylines that just as filler, and honestly, you could kind of tell.
You could. That's why I found it boring. Whereas in Lord of the Rings, whereas I said, and this is something some people don't like, but I said, hey, I don't really care for the books. I enjoy the movies. And that's just personal flavor, like you were saying about Harry Potter. You know, it's like, hey, it's a good movie, but I'm probably not going to read the books.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people jump in, like, well, you got to read the book. No, I don't. I just want to enjoy this.
The oldest false intellectual thing. Now it's not false because oftentimes it's true. I've read the book first too and said, the book was better. But when somebody tells you, oh, have you read it? Oh, you should read, the book was better. It's like, well, I haven't. And I saw the movie and it was fine. But like you said, like having read the book and seeing the movie, you were like, it was a letdown to you for player one.
Yeah, I'll give you an example when another one, War of the Worlds. I remember watching the original classic from the 50s and enjoyed it. And then I watched that Tom Cruise one and I didn't like it. But the thing was, I ended up reading the book by H.G. Wells. And I realized that movie was actually the Tom Cruise one was more closer to the book than the actual original movie. And next time I watched it and had that reference and stuff, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Because the Book of War of the Worlds was set in, I believe, the early 1900s, late 1800s, whereas that movie was set in more modern time. But the way they did, because in the book, you'll see, you get described, and there's some pictures in there of what these actual ships or what they look like. And it was really close to it. I found it pretty good. Sometimes reading the book can either give you an appreciation for a movie adaptation, or like I think with Dune, or you know, like Ready Player One, where I'm like, yeah, I like the movie, but I'd rather read the book.
But I mean, for example, Hunt for Red October. I'm not a Tom Clancy reader.
No, neither am I.
I saw the movie and I was like, that was a fucking great movie. And people, oh, have you read the book? The book's better. Shut up.
Well, I tried to read some Tom Clancy books, and I'm going to be the first one to admit, I mean, I've seen The Client, I've seen Hunt for Red October, and some of his other stuff, and I played some of the games based off of his stuff, but when it comes to his books, they don't grab me. And
I like his books that were like submarine, aircraft carrier. You know, those books that basically showed you, you know, operations and stuff that weren't a mystery or a spy novel. They weren't novels. You know?
Yeah, one of the things I did, I tried to read I think it was it Rainbow Six? Because I believe the games were coming out, and I tried to read the book, and I got about 100 pages, and I'm like, yeah, this just isn't for me. And I've had people tell me Tom Clancy writes great novels. I've tried to read The Client, I've tried to read The Firm, and I'm just like, I don't have an interest in reading this on a paper perspective. I don't mind watching the movie.
The movie, The Firm, was excellent.
But like I said, it's just when it comes to reading those ways, it's like, look, the movie was good. I liked it, but the book just didn't grab me. You know, I couldn't finish it. I found it boring. Like,
I cannot imagine reading The Firm.
How can you not like the book better than the movie? Because it's not my personal flavor.
Hey, NB, I've got a great book for you. Would you like to read this book about a lawyer who cheats on his wife and his No, I don't want to read that.
Exactly.
Movie's good. Scary, you know, in a corporate way.
I'll tell you one of the books I read by Stephen King was really one of my favorites, and it's a lesser known book. It's called Gerald's Game, and it's a really good psychological thriller, kind of similar to Misery in a sense. And I've read the books and I've seen the movie Misery. Absolutely loved it. Thought they did a great job adapting that. I always said, would they ever have the balls to do Gerald's Game? And I saw Netflix did it. And I watched it with my wife and absolutely loved it. Thought it was about as close to the book as you're going to get. And I hadn't read the book in like 20 years. And I see the dog walking by. I'm like, oh, fuck the dog. I'm like, because I know what's going to happen. But I'm trying to keep my mouth shut for my wife. And I'm seeing the things that go on throughout this book. I'm like, this movie. And I was like, if you like a psychological thriller and you don't like Stephen King books, see, Stephen King is my flavor. I went on a binge back in the 90s and really enjoyed most of what they did, most of what he wrote. His early works, I don't think I've read anything of his since probably sometime in the 2000s.
Was there a difference between? I know there was something about a car accident. Was there a change in his works? Is that what you're talking about?
I think that was when he was doing Dark Tower, which I have never read. Don't care for the movie, and honestly, it seems like just not a series of his I'd prefer to read. I know he considers it his magnus opus, and that's fine.
Huh.
But I tried to read. I read the first book, and I was like, I'm not interested in continuing. And I didn't really, and I didn't care for the movie. Thought that was a bad idea. But yeah, some adaptions are done real well. I like both. I've read the book It. I have both iterations of the book from back in the 90s miniseries, and I have the movies. And I think while they are different in their aspects, they both and they are different from the book in a lot of ways. I still felt like both of them captured the essence of the book. And I think it's the big thing is when you can capture the essence of the book and make a good movie where people who don't even read Dune, read It, read any of that stuff, and they come in and they see the movie and they enjoy it. Well, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you enjoy it, that's fine. Everything doesn't have to be the newest, bestest work of art. It can be enjoyable, and that's that.
Well, like I said, don't try to think you're going to make the next Citizen Kane. Just make a good movie. Sorry, Cap. Me and Dave G-San have kind of dominated.
I know. I didn't mean to take over your stream, sir.
Captain?
Well, next time somebody asks about the book, NB, just tell them, well, you don't know, man, until you've read Blues Brothers, the book.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been here.
No, sorry, man. We didn't mean to actually dominate there. It just kind of got into a fun, passionate talk.
Not at all. In fact, I hadn't even noticed I'd muted for a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was sitting there the whole time going, "Shut up! Shut up!"
No, he's told me to shut up live on his streams before. So if he wants me to shut up, he knows how to tell me. Cap, other than, well, I'm glad that the way me and Dave G-Sound talk to get you interested in seeing Dune. I'd love to hear your perspective on the movie after you watch it.
Okay.
Ryan Johnson. Okay. Oh, he said Echo. I thought he meant Ecto because I was about to show him my Ecto 1.
That would be I don't know.
Check.
I'm not hearing an echo.
Check.
Nope.
There was, but I don't know.
So when it comes to, for example, Cap, I know you're excited about seeing Ghostbusters Afterlife. What are your expectations? What would you like to see in the movie?
Actually, I don't have any expectations at this point.
Pretty safe.
I just want to see a good movie that involves the I don't know. I really don't know. I want to see, hopefully they're not going to try to make a blockbuster movie out of this. It's just a good movie would be nice.
I think I'm in the same point. I'm not going in with like high or low expectations. I'm actually just going to go in on like the 2016 one, which I've never seen because the trailer was absolutely garbage. I'm going to go in with an open mind and let the chips fall where they may. But my wife is interested in seeing it. She thinks the trailer looks good. She's seen both. I introduced her to both Ghostbusters movies. And after seeing the trailer, she's like, I think the kids would like the Ghostbusters movies, the original too. And I was like, okay, yeah, we can take time to watch that. Prepping up for, I actually think I might go ahead and watch Ghostbusters 1 and 2 during the week before we go see the movie. But, with Dune, I said I watched it on HBO Max, and I actually want to go see it in the theater, which is not something I say very often.
No.
Personally, what's funny, NB, is you're not the only person I've heard say that's already seen it and says, the hell with this, I'm going to go see it on the big screen.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive because a lot of people have said the same thing as you, is I don't usually go out and do that. So
yeah, I had someone I was talking to, which will not be named, out of respect for your channel, Captain Trek, but I was talking to someone and I mentioned I saw it on HBO Max. They saw it in the theater, and I was like, yeah, this is the first movie I've seen on like a streaming service. And I'm like, I want to actually go to the theater and see it. And I was getting, the person was saying, you're absolutely going to love it on the big screen. And I've heard I've heard other people say that. It's like, I saw this on HBO Max. Now I want to go see it in the theater. I can't think of the last time I've seen that, because I didn't go see Black Widow. I didn't care. I waited until Disney Plus allowed me to watch it on there, and then I watched it there. And I'm going to be fucking honest, I don't remember a goddamn thing about the movie, really. No, I don't remember shit about the movie, and I was sober. And I can't tell you shit about the movie. Whereas this movie, I saw on a streaming service, and I'm like, I want to go give these guys my money because I want the next movie. I want this thing to succeed.
See, that screams successful movie to me, man.
Yeah.
And I think HBO Max did a good call there, because you're hearing, like I said, Dave G sounds, you're hearing me say it. I know you've heard other people say it. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That means you made a good movie where I want to go drive 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back, pay my money, get some soda and popcorn, and watch this freaking movie.
I just think it's refreshing for once to just the fact that any movie came out where people aren't just bitterly divided, trashing it for one reason or another. Everybody's pretty much kind of going, yeah, this is all right. Not necessarily, waving flags for it, but not trashing it just immediately. I haven't heard anybody trash it. That's the thing. I haven't heard anybody trash it.
No, people have their... Yeah, exactly. I hear, similar disagreements with some of the things I said. Like you said, Dave Sound, on that one thing that's really not when I mentioned about the conversation with the Reverend Mother and Paul. And I said, yeah, I would have liked it in there, but it did not ruin the experience.
Right. I mean, but that's so unusual now, especially now, that a movie, any work of any kind of art can come out where people generally go, yeah. I mean, hardcore fans, people that have leather-bound collections of Dune books, people that play every board game, video game, that dress like it, they like it.
Mm-hmm.
And newcomers like it. And it's the first movie that's come around in a very long time that's been that positive on entertainment. And that's what I find so fantastic about it too.
Yeah, and it's refreshing, like you said.
Yes.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It is refreshing. It has been. I can't tell you how long it's been since I actually was this excited about a movie that I saw. I haven't even seen in theaters, and I want to go see it in theater. But this is the first time in a long time, and it seems like there's a lot of people. It's like, look, we just want good content.
Yeah.
We want a good story. We may not agree with everything you do in this movie, but if you do it right, you get this kind of positive reaction, which is very rare anymore. It's usually the critics are on one side of the aisle, like, say, Star Trek Discovery and stuff. I'm just using that as an example. And the fans, you'll have a movie like, I'll use Ghostbusters 2016. They praised it from the critics, and everybody who was a fan or was making comments like, this movie sucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love watching the what is it, Rotten Tomatoes score, the critics score versus the audience score. It's such a joke, man. It's such a joke. It's unbelievable. You can see 98% critic and audience score is like 8. It's like, you got to be kidding, man. There's a massive disconnect. I mean, the numbers should at least fudge them or something, because just to show that is an embarrassment. It's like, you need new critics.
Good, no kidding.
I'm trying to look.
Metacritic's the same way with games too. You see that a lot. You see IGN is a joke, man. 9.9, 9.8, and the audience is like maybe a 6, probably more like a 5.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. I just looked up Rotten Tomatoes for Dune. It is an 83% score from 390 critical reviews. It is a 90% score by over 5,000 plus ratings.
There you go. What did the critics not like? I want to meet these people now with a brass knuckle, man. What? Seriously, dude? Like, how are you getting paid? Did you go to critic school or something? What gives you it's like, okay, I went to the Manhattan School of Institute of Film. It's like, well, then why aren't you a movie maker? Because you suck at it. So all you can do is bitch about other people's ones and get that. How wrong can you be? Don't you think critics look at their own thing and say, maybe I'm getting this wrong? Maybe I'm wrong?
No, they don't. They don't judge their own. So unlike us, who will actually go back in our content and review it to see what we can make better, they just spew the same shit. Also, another thing about this movie is it is 2 hours and 35 minutes long. It doesn't feel like 2 hours and 35 minutes. I mean, when the movie ended, I was like, fuck, it's already been 2.5 hours?
That's cool.
Yeah.
That means that's cool. That right there.
I think I only paused the movie twice to go to the bathroom. Last time I did anything like that was when I saw Return of the King. That was when I saw it in theater, and that was it. I almost didn't even. I think I only got up twice. Where I'll have a movie that's an hour and a half long, and I'll get up 5-6 times. And I'm like, I started counting. If I get up more than 3 times, this is probably not a good movie. But I wanted to hurry. I paused the movie. I wanted to hurry because I could have let the movie play, but I didn't want to miss anything. When's the last time I've gotten up from movies I've watched that I'm watching on Netflix or whatever, and I'm like, I just get up and go to the bathroom, and I come back, and I didn't even pause the fucking thing because, I was watching it, but just basically to watch something. Whereas this movie actually had me engaged. Hey, Rosetta.
Hi, Rosetta.
So, yeah. Dave G-Sen, all you guys, I definitely recommend it. I think you might be in for a treat. I think Dave G-Sen, I think you're really going to like it.
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will.
Good morning, Rosetta. Well, I'd like to hear what you think.
Watch me be the only person who gets to see this and go, man, this was crap. I'll be the only person on the internet. I don't know what you guys are talking about, man.
Oh, this is interesting. I just saw this pop up from Fandom Collective. Dune lore: The Gadgets of Arrakis. Ah,
I can think of a thumper.
yeah, a thumper, definitely.
Sand mine, orthopter, knives, Kree knives. There was a transport of some kind, a ground transport, and a bunch of ground vehicles. Geez, I don't know, man. I could easily name a whole lot more Star Trek stuff.
Well, what I would love to have is maybe they'll come out with this. Remember how we used to have those technical manuals for Star Trek?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when the EU was still going on, they had those encyclopedias for Star Wars to explain this. I would love to have an encyclopedia for Dune.
Oh, it's made for it, NB. It's made for it. Trust me. There's going to be volumes, man. There's going to be a set. It's literally going to be like an old 1970s A to Z book set.
Well, I remember when I had those technical manuals, and unfortunately, when I got a little older and stupid, I got rid of all that stuff, so I don't have any of my technical manuals anymore. But I really wish I still did. But there's so much richness in Dune that you could really make a whole encyclopedia. You could talk. I mean, I remember reading about how warp drive worked in the Star Trek universe, and I thought that was interesting. I would love for them to read about how spice folds space and stuff like that. See, to me, that's interesting.
With the Dune manuals, though, NB, if they the way Dune is, if they went into how spice is made and things like that, they would be describing the circuits inside of the machine that does it, not just the machine. It's crazy the way that detail they get into. I wasn't kidding when I said that it would be a set of encyclopedias, because they would be that technical. I think it's a great idea.
Actually, I think what would happen is you probably have to have one for, encyclopedia talking about, you're right about volumes, because you could do one on the ships. You do one and have folding space in there. Go through the history of the Bene Gesserits, House Atreides, House Arkin, how the Emperor, the AI war are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a rich history. I cannot believe, for as popular as these books are, that there's really, well, maybe there is. Oh, this was written on long. Well, fuck, dude. I don't have $785. Amazon, you ain't getting that out of me.
For what?
Frank Herbert's masterpiece of imagination, the Dune Encyclopedia.
I told you so.
Yeah, but I'm not paying. Well, hardcover hardcover is $2,700. Paperback is $785. Yeah.
How many pages or volumes is it?
I think it's one. Page count 526.
Oh, yeah, that's bull crap.
Yeah,
that's got to be a collector's item.
Yeah, I think that was made maybe when he did the first Dune, when he wrote.
It's got to be signed or something for that price.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My car didn't cost that much.
Why can't I click on the picture?
I don't know.
Dune for Dummies. Scott Getman says they'll have to make Dune for Dummies.
Okay, interesting. This was compiled by Dr. Willis E. McNally. And when did this even come out? Oh, it came out back in 1984. Yeah, they are due for an update.
Cap was asking to come on.
Right. Well, here's the problem. I'm getting ready to wrap up for today. Tomorrow would be good because right now I'm getting ready. Like I said, I'm getting ready to go to the pain doctor. but or the wound care doctor. I might as well say pain doctor because she causes enough pain. Anyhow, no.
Scott Gitterman, yes, I am not joking. That is what it says for the hardcover of that book.
You own that, Scott?
It says 2 used books. It has hardcover this, 2 used for $1,300. Paperback is $785. So yeah, dude, if you got that book in a good condition, you might have some gold there.
But I wonder if the 2001 is signed or something. You said it's only 100 and some pages. That's a big magazine, if anything.
Not
a very big book.
Like 500. No, I said it was 526 pages.
Oh, that's.
But it still needs to be updated. Ooh, there's a graphic novel for Dune. I didn't know that. Hardcover, $19.99. I might actually have to pick that up.
Oh, well, you'll have to let us know. But Bird, what do you got going on later today? If you're awake. 3, 2.
Hey, Cap. Sorry. I've been off and on. I've been changing up. I've got the guy coming to do the wheelchair evaluation. We scheduled it for tomorrow. And then I realized I had to call him back and warn him I've got a cold because I'm coughing my ass off.
Yeah.
And of course, we had to have that uncomfortable discussion as to vaccination status and what's the chances we think it's COVID, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, as of now, he thinks he can still come for tomorrow, but he'll call me.
Cool.
Wow, Rosetta. Damn. Sorry, Bird.
Cap, as for today, what's today? Tuesday. I have a members only stream at 4 p.m. If you're a channel member, you can find it currently listed in the community tab of the channel. And then at 5 or 5:15 or so, I will do a general open line stream for everybody today.
Cool. And all right. Again, thank you everybody for joining today. I do want to thank everybody who's been on the panel and everybody who's been in the chat. Watch Bird later, catch Culture Casino here in a little bit. And everyone have a great day. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, everyone.